BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities. And we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities, It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So, the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. But one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was all. People tried all they could, but what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the corpse in there, because we know some people were dead. They were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So that nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak, they told us that they need some extensions to be removed, so as whenever the building is going to collapse, it's not going to affect plazas. But sincerely, it started on Sunday. We didn't get the memo on time. So it was on Sunday we saw the videos being posted in the group. So a lot of us started coming. Monday they started demolishing shops behind, like at the back of my plazas. And so on the 24th we came to pack our things. Then after Christmas we brought them back. As we speak, my goods are stocked in there. There's nothing I can do at the moment. The information I got this morning when I got here is that they are saying that in the next 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to access our plaza. But for now, there's no access. Sincerely, I can't even pinpoint anything that started. But I heard it was a Lister that started the fire. But I'm not certain. Because their Lister is downstairs. So we don't even know what happened. What caused the fire? We're just hearing hearsay. So there's nothing we know about it. Governor Sanwo-Olu said till they get that building down, there's nothing we can do at the moment. We cannot make sales. I understand it's for our own good, but please, they should even allow us to take out some goods and squat with other persons that their buildings are open prior to the time it gets our plazas are opened, because we cannot stay since 24th till now. I have not rested, I have not sold anything. When I'm out of cash and I have goods to sell, I cannot sell. So please, Governor Sanwo-Olu, if you can help us with giving us time to come and pick up our items, few of our items that we can use to guide ourselves prior to the time our plazas are open, it will be good and fair enough for us.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. Iyanu died on the spot, but one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were.
Good morning, and you're welcome to the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's Wednesday, it's the midweek in the week, and we're indeed back on your screen. Thank you for starting your day with us. My name is Deborah Eze.
Most definitely, what a wonderful, wonderful day it will be. Onyeka Valentine's my name.
Valentine is your name, of course. I'm sure by now everyone who actually watches the show is already used to how you say your name with the pride. And but I used to think I say my name like it's my name on your faces until I met you. And I saw that, okay,
there must be some character in it.
Actually, puts characters to his name. But okay, please go ahead.
I mean, look at it. Your greatest project ever is you. Debbie's greatest project should be Debbie.
Of course.
So in building Debbie, there shouldn't be any, left behind. Yeah. So they say how you address, how you present yourself could determine how someone else will present you. So
true
at the end of the day, even if you're having a tough day, you had a tough day previous day, you had a tough morning, as soon as you're asked, Debbie, how are you? Start by saying, I'm fantastic. And you?
Of course, fantastic. Anyways, so our viewers, we have a lot has been in the news. I don't even know where to start from, but let us start off with the Onitsha market saga.
There we go.
Soludo has come out to say there is nothing like sitting at home. If you're not going to open your shop on a Monday, we are going to close it for 1 week. Now, people are saying that you do not have the right to actually tell me how to open my shop, considering the fact that you came into the Onitsha main market with barricades, with armed policemen. But when we were going through the sit-at-home, the reason why there was sit-at-home, when people were attacking people in the unknown gunmen, like they called it, were attacking people, the traders. There was no barricades. There was no armed police officers. There was no truck or whatsoever to actually, protect the people. But now that we are saying, okay, for our safety, we have to sit at home. You are now coming with this backup to actually enforce that we open our shops. But what do you think about it?
Well, I mean, it's good enough that we can have this as our morning opener because it kind of, it drives home very sternly, if you know what I mean. For those of you who don't know, both of us are from that state, and so it's not a far cry from home any longer. Meaning to say that when you experience things like this, you ask yourself the question: why are we living in past glory, one way or the other? I'm not saying that they shouldn't, push for whatever it is they're pushing for, but let's stay on the fence on this matter. I think the amount of money being lost, that could have been channeled into the state by that sit-at-home thing is too much.
and we're not going to consider the safety of these people.
I was coming there
because
also.
are the police officers
Right.
going to stay with them that same Monday? The same police officers that Soludo brought along with him, are they going to stay to secure the people, for the time that they are going to be in the shops on Monday? Or is it going to be, go, you're free to go. Nothing is going to happen.
Right.
I assure you, while they actually sit in their homes and just fold their hands.
Well, again, police people are supposed to be out there protecting lives and property. But I think for what it is, if Soludo has said this, it's for a great cause. Look, here is the chief security officer of the state. He has said, look, nothing like sit at home, cancel. Everyone go to your marketplace, generate money, and then pay your tax and be able to, remit money back to the state so the state can function. I think so. As business, as business, being business television that we are, I think if we look at it from the angle of the amount of money being lost, it's more reason why we want to lean towards what Soludo is really saying.
Okay.
I think I also agree with him, right? Look, this stay-at-home thing has stretched for too long and it's not yielding anything really. Rather, it's taking funds away from the state and other money is supposed to come into the state.
Okay.
Internal generated revenue is lacking behind because of the stay-at-home thing. Secondly, what about transition? The money could be made from transition of goods and services, logistics from a different state through Anambra State to other states. Because of sit-at-home thing, money is being lost. Revenue is not being.
But if they're not, if they don't put the right safety in place for these traders that make money for the state, there will be no money made.
I agree with you.
Oh, but speaking about money, NAFDAC has actually come out to say that they banned sachet alcohol.
There we go.
And, the people who are in the production of this said alcohol, the sellers of this alcohol, that's the traders of this alcohol, came out yesterday to protest that NAFDAC does not have any right to take food away from their mouth. Now, this is the same thing we're talking about. You've come out to say, the health factor that comes with this sachet alcohol, which is very valid. The number of accidents that happen on the highway is from sachet alcohol. Most of it, I don't really have the statistics.
Because if you look at it now, these people, go ahead.
Most of I used to say that the poor actually have
in that regard, I agree with you.
More population. And how many of them can afford 40-year-old singleton, 400-year-old scotch? How many people can actually afford? None of it. So 200
naira sachet.
It's 200 naira, and you get high quick. So most of the accidents on the roads actually attributed to this sachet alcohol, and that's why NAFDAC has come out to say, this is not good for the health. We are banning it. But then you actually banning it and stopping the production of it. These said workers that you've taken away from this, what other sector can you put them in?
No soft landing.
Nothing. And then you're taking it away. So that's what I mean. But you just come outside and you make policies which can be good. Like you said, you have to pay your taxes, you have to generate money. Definitely. A whole Monday where the Onchame market is not open will cost the state a lot of money.
A lot of money.
But then what are the measures that you're putting in to actually make it comfortable
to cushion for that? First and foremost, for the sachet alcohol issue and everything, for me, I was even hoping that they will come from the angle of environmental degradation, really. For them to come from the angle of, health, anyone can just simply buy it and that's it. Truth be told, even the driver out there, if you look at how much he makes in a day, sometimes if you accumulate that money, it's more than how much some office workers earn.
Of course.
And so they can actually buy that.
But they won't buy it because of
exactly that mentality. They can actually buy that bottle that costs maybe 25,000.
Yeah.
And just put a big bottle right there.
Of course.
So they can do it because they are making money on the go. And they know how to target the rush hour for transportation and all that stuff. But what I'm heading to with this is that just the way economic value, right, can depreciate if markets are closed, like what we're experiencing in Onitsha markets, right? Because he has said everyone should come to work, come open their shop on Monday. They refuse. Say, okay, if that be the case, 1 full week,
you will close your shop.
Meaning to say that money will not be made.
Yeah.
In the same way now, if you look at it now, economically, what is the viability regarding banning sachet alcohol? What is the intent? If the intent is for health reasons, I think that could come as a second tier. Safety, I might agree. Those below 18 should drink alcohol. I think they should channel their energy more into educating people not to allow underage drink alcohol, because once you are below 18, it's assumed that you are not, mentally matured, you are not socially matured to be able to exactly or drive under the influence.
Like
although we've seen people who are in their 30s, 40s die on the road because of excessive speed and alcohol intake while driving. So I think what NAFDAC could have done, instead of just coming out outright to ban it, because a lot of people have built their family and businesses and livelihood around such a, alcohol thing. I don't drink alcohol, right? I don't smoke either. But what I'm saying is, there's an economy, right? There's an industry. I beg your pardon. There's an industry that particular, business has created. Whether you want to call it informal or formal, there's an industry that has put food on the table of a lot of people. Now, again, like I said, I am not making excuses for alcohol intake. I'm only saying that instead of placing a ban, why not place a high tax level on it? So that way it costs even more. So people after a while will desist from buying the sachet one and start moving into whatever they can afford. But more importantly, don't drink and drive.
I think that's just the main thing. If you're looking at because if I can as well drink the 400-year-old sport and still be under the influence. I think education, like you said, is the way. Or if you think this sachet alcohol is actually creating a menace, don't just take food away from people's mouths. Put them in other sector. Put them in other manufacturing sector, another production sector where they can actually be useful to the state.
And guess what? Those who can actually afford the big bottle will start making excuses. No, I disagree with Debbie and Valentine. Why should they say such a thing? After all, it's just a menace in our society. The same ones are the ones that will still give tip to some certain people and say, go and enjoy yourself. What do you think they will go and do with the money?
Now, this is just little. Some multiple happening in Nigeria in the economy, of course. But let's take a look at the headlines that we have mapped out for you this morning. And the first story on the headline reads, Naira hits records 1,401 Naira 22 kobo to $1 since FMs. And Nigeria settles 501 billion Naira power debt as Tinubu tackles decades-old crisis. And doctors practicing in Nigeria fall by nearly 17% in 1 year. And also we have Mali dismisses reports of new 3-state Sahel currency as fake. And those are the headlines that we have for you this morning. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll take a look at what the dailies are saying this morning. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television, where we explore the top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and also we have Valentine Onyeka in the studio.
Most definitely. I wish they knew what happens behind camera.
I wish they knew. Anyways, we have Mo in the building with us, Mohammed.
Good morning,
Mohammed. It's good to always have.
I agree with that.
Right.
It is good. Maybe that's why Pukakidere did behind the scene.
Right.
But there are a lot of things that go on.
Exactly.
Right. There are a lot of things BTS.
But
you know.
they should
People need
know.
to know what goes on.
Most
There. I think it's only very important to show it. Maybe our
We do
some of this BTS.
Yeah, a day in the life of the Breakfast Show
I think
presenter.
it's right. I think
for them to see
maybe the
what
policeman
goes
should
down.
consider that. So you just think about doing something like that, and then people should actually be exposed to those things. Right. Like, oh my God, this is what really cool.
You know, Mo actually does so much research. You see it in the way he talks about things. He's very, passionate about it.
Seriously,
You would know
that way.
This is a researcher. Anyways, now straight to the dailies. We're starting up with our sister company, of course. That's the Business Day newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads: Nigeria settles 501 billion naira power debt as Tinubu tackles decades-old crisis. And the writer to that big story reads, it's a game changer, NBET, and signing equals debt warrant. That's Jenkos. The Jenkos are never in support. And of course, still on the Business Day, we have investors buy Nigerian bonds in last grabs rush for higher yield. And that story is on page 4 of the Business Day newspaper. And also recapitalization. Insurers shared portfolios to meet requirement, and that is on page 4 of the Business Day newspaper. And of course, Turkey, like I like to call it, we can see Turkey, it's Turkey, they call it. We can see the president, of course, that trip fell. And I saw a caption from one of our staff members here, Kayode, and he said, more for our president.
But on a serious note, right? Anyone could have fallen and tripped. Also,
no, the thing is always tripping. So when he tripped and he said he dominant.
So I want to come to his defense now, right?
Okay.
For 1 second, let me just act as attorney.
Okay.
Truth be told, right?
Lawyer.
Look, he's not as young as those who are in their 40s and 73. That is one.
Okay.
I'm coming. And then secondly, if you look at it, I mean, he's like the father. He's not like he's the father of Nigeria. Based on the fact that hold on. I'm making a point now. He's the father of the nation, right? He's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He's also in charge of a lot of things. He presides over a lot of issues, and so you can imagine the mental burden. You can imagine the physical burden. Also, you can imagine the fact that he gets a lot of people every now and then.
You would actually make a good living.
I'm almost there.
Have to learn.
No, but I think we should be able of which, my lord, please. If I land,
you
may. Is this in making the case that he tripped and fell as a normal thing? I will say this is only but human.
It's only but human. There's no reason why myself and every other youth out there think that he has no business being the commander-in-chief. He was 74
by March.
You shouldn't have to be tripping.
But the president of Uganda is
What is it tripping? No, we can't bring Uganda into this because we understand the state of their democracy there at Uganda.
No, I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. President Biden had the same.
That's a trip. Thank you.
He tripped once.
Once.
Okay. It's consistent.
Trump tripped while he was actually mounting the airport.
Exactly.
Anyone can trip mountain.
In fact, we had a president of France, right? Emmanuel Macron, he tripped once, even though he's so far younger.
When you see them in their 40s, you know.
Okay. I agree.
They are making a case for
themselves. But I agree that Gerald
right.
It's government of the whole people.
Right.
Yes, we need to win ourselves off. But falling down or tripping, just like what Valentine said, it's only human.
It's only human.
It happens to anyone.
Right.
Because I was actually marveled that people are not reading into what was signed in Turkey yesterday. There were a lot of very interesting things that were
But we're coming there. We have to build up the
Yes, we're
story.
coming there. So, the big story, of course, the Gencos and the federal government, of course, caught in
Tackle
this.
that.
That's This is actually a good news. But Mosai, let me tell you that the national grid actually fell yesterday. Even with this,
actually been
it
recovered.
wasn't covered. Now
It was actually recovered. I mean, that was actually
But it fell.
No, of course.
It
Zero.
fell.
It crashed to zero.
So
electricity with the release
exactly.
yesterday.
But then we have
Why are we having
501 power
falling and
deaths.
falling and falling?
So what you think about
Okay,
this?
so maybe I'll take it from that first point you mentioned,
Yeah.
what he asked about. The national grid collapsed. That's the second time in a week that it happened this year.
When you say this year, the year just started.
The year just started, okay. Today is
Second
28th day in the year, okay. Well, I understand. But if you look at last year was actually an outlier because the grid only fell like about 3 times. I remember we did a story on that, 3 or 4 times throughout last year, relative to 2024 when it fell like about 6 to 8 times. There were periods where the grid has fallen in a year for like 12 times. But because now there is actually a switch to alternative power sources, also themselves are making a decision. The government, even in Abuja itself, they're not able to move to solar. Remember, there's a solar installation at the ASO work itself, and they're not doing that. But it happened yesterday. And in record time, it crashed around 11 a.m. yesterday, and by 4 p.m., they've actually been able to recover certain areas, you know. But the problem we're actually talking about is 3,000 megawatt is what we distribute, which is still very, very low. We mentioned here that to be able to power Nigeria 24 hours, 7 days in a week, 365 days in a year, we needed more than 30,000 megawatt of electricity to do that. We're not yet there yet. At the time in this nation, we reached about 5,600 megawatts. In fact, I was actually surprised when I got home yesterday and I made power, because I was asking my wife, and then I have to check online research and find out, okay, it was actually recovered for some areas. They've not fully recovered it. Hopefully they will do that today. But remember that some of these facilities, the infrastructure they have, they are old already. Even though it's actually owned by these private sector players. Remember that we have 11 of them. So at the whole of 11 of these disco players, the disco players are the ones that distribute to us. We have the Gencos, there are 6 of them, making 17 in total. The government is still in the middle, as a middleman, in terms of the transmission company. So there are 3 levels. We have the Gencos, those that generate. There are 6 companies, there is a private owned. We have the 11 companies as well, who are the private sector owned as well. There's the middleman there, which is where the government is actually coming in, which is where the story actually be able to link to. So we saw that yesterday, but I think it was actually recovered in record time. And in fact, they're actually boasting of that. EKEDC released that. I followed them on X, and they released immediately after around 11:20 or thereabouts yesterday morning. And by evening, they were the one that came back and saying, this was actually, they've actually been able to recover certain level back. But I know it's actually become something that is turning us into a laughing stock.
But you can agree with me that the bone of an economy is infrastructure.
You can't lie.
And the power is
that.
Exactly. So, but you know that this great falling of a thing is still going to happen again.
Oh, yes.
So it's going to happen over and over and over again.
So, but I think
the
frequency is actually going down. The frequency of
going down second time
in a month. But I can about say yes. If you look at last year, if you look at 2024, the grid fell 12 to 13 times.
How many?
I think the question we should ask.
I'm talking about the whole of 2020.
The whole of 2020. Sorry, we have 12 months.
Of course.
Average
like about a one time in a month. But 2025 last year, do you know how many times the grid fell last year? Just 4 times. So, which means they have been actually able to achieve certain things in that regard 4 times. Yeah, this year maybe I've not started on a good footing. It has been the second time in 1 week, but that because efforts are being made to ensure we ramp up the generation. The store capacity is about 14,000 megawatt. They have actually been able to achieve 5,800 last year. We're able to achieve that speed of 5,800 last year. Now that's falling. Now we're talking about 3,000 megawatt to distribute. It's still a problem. But I want to believe that, just like I said, there was actually a record level of recovery that was done yesterday. So I agree with you permanently that we needed to have the centrality. I mean, the centrality of infrastructure to economy, catalyzing economic growth is important. And that is why now government, directly or indirectly, is trying to even tell us to be able to look at alternatives. You know, gas is still the major source, but maybe solar for some other businesses, and you see also that to be able to go into that. But maybe because of this, the government just be able to launch like a power debt stock, Nigerian Stock Exchange yesterday, to be able to clear backlogs. Because some of these debt have actually been traced down to the time of NEPA. that you're about to be able to clear now. NEPA before it can pay HCN, before the privatization in 2030.
If I make a case for them, sorry to cut you. Now, this national grid always collapsing or falling down, I think it's also important people get to know back home that most of these infrastructures have been there for more than 20 to 30 years.
More than 30 years.
And is that supposed to be an excuse?
Hold on, I will explain. Now, if a building that is built right over a long period of time, at some point will need renovation. And it's not easy trying to renovate, let's say, because I've seen where this high maintenance, right, was done. Now, if you look at the grid itself, talking about those high tensions, the base of it, I'm not making a case for them, I'm just saying natural. The base of it are obviously reinforced with concrete. So over time, they've warned people, don't build your houses or whatever close to it or around it. They go as far as even fencing the base of it. Don't small little criminals, I'm going to small, I'll just call them, criminals, will go and vandalize those things around it. So it makes it vulnerable. So any vehicle can run into it. So exactly, and if it happens, one, you can't blame federal government for that. Two things. One, exactly. One, Nigerians as a whole need to be more responsible. Remember, those back home, because you don't report a case of someone vandalizing government property, right?
You are culpable as well.
Exactly. What you've done is you've allowed that crime to foster, and in return to affect it in the long run. I've actually parked my vehicle before when I saw some of these miscreants trying to remove sewage cover along that road. Just early in the morning, I've come to work like 5:30. I was shocked. The amount of people that were just walking past that as if it would never concern them. So I parked my vehicle and I called myself, look, why are you removing that iron that they used to cover that sewage manhole? He said, it's not being used. I said, what do you mean by that? That is federal government property. Why would we do that? While I was engaging in that conversation, immediately he abandoned his push truck and ran away.
But other people are actually behaving as if it didn't concern them.
I had to personally make sure that I got people around to say, look, secure this thing, right? Call the exactly to come and reinforce, otherwise they will steal it. Guess what? 2 days after, I passed through there and that thing was missing. Which means those in that area, right before their estate, I don't want to call them up the estate, and they know them because I called the person who was in charge of that estate. I said, look, I saw your number on the gate over there. I reported this thing to you. People did not, now they've stolen it. So if it rains now, what do you think is going to happen? That's one.
So you have to go to that.
So you see now.
You have to reinforce with CCTV camera now. Those are the courts recently. You can see what people do.
Exactly. So you put things in place. Of course, there will be people who will actually go against the law and do things. Exactly.
Sometimes,
so you put things in place.
Sometimes 2 years ago, they reported a case where a truck left the road, ran into national grid and was parked on its own. Guess what? If, for instance, the guard they put around that national grid was not there, it could have knocked it down, and that would have been a big problem. Would you not blame federal government for that?
All right. So one of the stories that's actually trending on the daily list this morning is President Tinubu's stumble and visit to Turkey yesterday. So Mo, just give us we are pressed for time. So
okay. So I think I will just tell.
Yeah.
So I think people read much meaning into that, into the tripping, than the actual thing that the president went for. Because in fact, I remember my story today that I'm just writing before I came to the studio is much ado about this president's visit. People have actually been, but there were a lot of interesting that were signed yesterday. Should I tell you two of them? One, there is actually a counter-terrorism, because don't forget, in 2021, Recep Tayyip Erdogan was here in Nigeria to visit Tinubu. He came here to Nigeria. And then this is more or less we're actually going back as well to be able to pay him back with that courtesy visit. Now, they signed a counter-terrorism pact yesterday to ensure that we'll be able to help ourselves in the area of that. Turkey has, when it comes to some of these weapons, especially when my friend Evaleta is always speaking about, don't let us actually be able to be over-reliant on the West. Of course. Why can't we be able to expand, our network and our relationship with others? That was actually signed there. There were a lot of other trade pacts that were signed, where maybe it was actually overshadowed by, the tripping and the stumble that actually happened, unfortunately. There were interesting things that will actually be able to impact the country in the long run. The Qatar visit they visited about 3 weeks ago, if you remember, They started paying dividends yesterday. About 7,000 of Qatari goods that are coming to Nigeria, Dubai, I'm going to say, UAE, 7,000 of their goods, they removed tariffs on them. Just like we actually able to reciprocate that as well. About 6,000 of our own imports that goes to there as well. We remove tariff. And these are how some of those chips are actually paying dividends that we need to be able to know. So I think it's about a 3-day visit. It continues today, to tomorrow. And then there are a lot of other things that will actually be signed. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of State, Madam Bianca Ojukwu was also there, together with Noor Bibadu, to ensure that, especially in the area of security, we can actually be able to learn from Turkey. This man, when he came in 2021, it was because there was a coup attempt on his life, if you remember. And then there were links that some of them here came to Nigeria. Some of those coupists
wanted to see
here in Nigeria, yes, to be able to at least get Nigeria's government to be able to extradite them back to Turkey then. And now we see what they did then in terms of strengthening their security. And now we can be able to learn from that. Yeah. So fine, the tripping has actually overshadowed that, unfortunately. But it is very important for us to know that there are some of the positives that are actually coming out from this particular trip yesterday.
All right, so let's quickly look at the Vanguard.
All right, the Vanguard here is very clear. It says 2027 poll won't be decided by interesting. This is quite interesting, really. You know, again, you say you have Atiku, you have Obi, you have Aregbesola, and others. Incumbency. That's what it says. The 2027 poll will not be decided by incumbency. You can see that on page 8. Then, of course, page 20, LCCI, others lament losses as national grid collapses again. I mean, we already mentioned already. Again, anything could have happened to national grid. Let's also remember that exactly we have our own part to play. Responsibility also falls on us. The onus falls on us, like I did say. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, right? If you see something, say something. Really, government can be everywhere at the same time. I keep telling people, look, if in front of your house you have government government facility in front of you, it is your responsibility to take care of it. That's it. I keep telling people, but of course, Nigerians will say everything for the government. Government, who actually is the government? For the people, by the people, and of the people. You know? So there we have it, and now all of us will suffer it. Right. Over here it says customs duty violation. Court orders forfeiture of private aircraft to FG. Page 9. Court orders forfeiture of private aircraft to FG. Mo, you didn't tell me how the private jet to take away from you. Yes. You didn't give me a dead right so that they're coming to take away from
I hope I have one. I hope I'll get one.
Very true. Whoever owns that private
so I mean, the court case was actually contested today. This date, and I'm sure I'm not actually able to follow that particular story. Right. But the one I was actually so keen about was the 2027 issue, and I think it's generated a lot of traction yesterday. Right. ADC was actually in the eye of the storm. You know, most of all the political bigwigs, the juggernauts in the party came out, and they were actually sending a message to the ASOROC that incumbency will play no part. And 2023 was actually, because in fact, my story of yesterday, that I was actually able to go out, was really about, are we really turning into a one-party state that are becoming an engendering? You see what happened in Plateau yesterday. 2 days ago, on Monday, was a Kano. The whole of Plateau was collapsed into APC again. Now, if you look at the political map, APC controlled 29 states.
Which means, let's just call it what it is. We're now on the monarchical system.
Not a problem with having to deflect.
That's what I'm saying. So because we are we really turning into that? Yeah, Labour has one party at their state. NNPP, okay, there's not an NNPP any longer because they're defected. Accord has Osun State. PDP has 3 states. Oyo, Zamfara, and then Bauchi has those 3 states. Then we have Abga, which is Anambra State. So that's really
it's not, but I don't think it's collapsing.
The question is always be like, because in 1999, Obasanjo controlled 34 states out of 36.
So they're trying to reciprocate.
34 states. But maybe by law, it is not a one-party state, but is it truly is the political gap widening? That's another thing. Maybe they should read the premium story and then we'll do the analysis there.
Does this mean this is the final nail that will nail the coffin of PDP?
I think PDP may not actually. PDP could not get their house in order. The 2 elections that will take place this year, Osun and Ekiti, in June and July, June and August, or Ekiti is in June. June and August, that's what they're having the elections. PDP is not having any candidate there. Because they could not have a candidate, unfortunately. So we think the next bride that will, or the next major competitor just be the ADC. And that's why they're trying to be able to ensure they're collapsing the ranks to ensure they made that particular ranks quite robust to challenge the APC in next election. And that's what they're saying.
You know,
the comments will
and
not help.
even
And
came
the comments
out-
not help in Lagos.
Yeah.
2003 played that particular card. APC control Lagos State.
Yeah.
And at the presidential election, Never lost. In my widest view, I never believed we would have lost that election, but it did. And I think the final one there was okay. Maybe I don't know why that the amnesty for terrorists has been generating a lot of another balls around in Katsina State. The 70 terrorists they said being given amnesty to exchange terrorist exchange. You know, people that. But there was a report this morning. In fact, I was actually looking at that. I wanted people to talk about that. I posted it maybe over my status this morning. Is that yesterday Nigerian soldiers killed 25 of the top ISWAP members.
I was coming there. That for me is a major win.
And then, in fact, people they were reporting, there's this network, and I would like you can be able to follow them. It's Business Day North, because the Gazola network. Since Monday now, on Monday, 70 of them were killed. Yesterday was, so they call the place Timbuktu Triangle. That is their base. At Timbuktu Triangle yesterday, they killed them. And this is ISWAP members who engaged them. Like the surrender, it's like fire for fire. And they're actually able to neutralize them.
All right, talk about neutralizing. Do you have the time?
Yes, no, we don't.
Okay,
We
let's
press
jump
the
into-
time. So let's jump into the cartoon of the day. What do we have on the cartoon of the day this morning? And of course,
there's a trampoline.
Trampoline.
That can make you to jump away from Nigeria.
all the way from Nigeria to
Turkey.
Turkey.
I mean, today I decided to be on the defensive side.
Okay.
I mean, if I look at that cartoon of the day, I can simply draw up my own conclusion, my own opinion, which is, look, even in the midst of all the buhara, all the issues that we have in this country, Nigeria, what a wonderful country. We still, right, can still possess a trampoline effect. We push our economy overboard, and of course, so from poverty
If
to
you can see
greatness.
the cartoon, if you can
Right.
see the cartoon well, you see that it has nothing to do with the economy.
Well, I mean,
It's from point A to point B.
Well, but it means that anyone come from anywhere can have a springboard from Nigeria and we take it to greatness.
Probably, I think you should really consider being a lawyer.
Well,
it would be
so.
really good. I don't think you're in the right profession.
I think with that trampoline,
Right.
With that spring, and that's why I think it's very important.
Right.
Because I can see them today trying to be able to emphasize what happened yesterday, which was actually the site everybody's
Of
looking
course.
at. Why did he stumble? Why, in fact, our producer was telling me behind the scene that why is it him every time? The president stumble. Even me myself can stumble. You can stumble.
Yeah.
But I just think we should be able to look beyond that. And yes, it was a rise through the Turkish media that actually be able to bring it out to our limelight. I mean, he said it happened twice. The second one was actually released this morning as well. About his falling. But you see that the president looks, because what I saw people, especially the Gen Z, what they call them now, the Gen Zs, and
that's
the
us.
next
You're
predictions
welcome.
that they were saying is that they can tell, we are telling you, this man will die anytime soon.
Well,
This man is, I mean, I'm sure
it's a disclaimer.
You see, I think because of the way we say it,
Right.
but you both are actually agreed that he's old. He's 74.
There's a
4-year-old
saying like
man.
this. There's a goes with me. It says, look, if you ever have to fall, ladies and gentlemen, fall forward.
Okay, I think we're going to end with that.
And
If
if
you
you
ever have to fall forward, I don't understand when
So our president is falling forward to take our country forward.
Okay, now
take it from there.
then you have it, our viewers. If you have to fall, please fall forward from the decks of Valentine Onyeka. To greatness. To greatness.
We thank you very much. My lords.
We'll pretend that word.
Alright, thank you so much for joining us in the
Thank you very
studio
much.
this morning. This is all we can take on the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. And coming up next is the Business Morning. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goal. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You're welcome to the Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. The Naira on Tuesday strengthened to a record high of 1,401.22 kobo per dollar at the official foreign exchange market, marking its strongest level since introduction of the electronic foreign exchange matching system. Data released by the Central Bank of Nigeria, that's the CBN, showed that the local currency appreciated by 1.26% on the day as the dollar was quoted at 1,401 naira 22 kobo, representing a gain of 17 naira 73 kobo compared with 1,418 naira 95 kobo recorded on Monday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. The appreciation at the official window came amid relative stability in the prime market, also known as the black market, where the naira closed flat at 1,485 naira per dollar. The data also revealed that the FX market participant placed bids as high as 1,400 naira per dollar, while analysts largely expect the naira to remain within a relatively stable range in the medium term. And moving on, Nigeria raised 501 billion naira in its first bond sale dedicated to clearing power sector debt, achieving full subscription as President Bola Tinubu's administration moves to address payment arrears that have choked electricity generation for over a decade. According to Olu Arowolo, Special Advisor to the President on Energy, the inaugural tranche under the Presidential Power Sector Debt Reduction Program closed Tuesday with participation from pension funds, banks and asset managers. The issuance comprised 300 billion naira from capital markets and 201 billion naira in bonds allocated directly to power generation companies. The program targets 14 power plants operated by 5 generation companies owed for electricity supplied between February 2015 and March 2025, as total negotiated settlements stand at 827.16 billion naira payable in 4 installments, with the first bond proceed funding approximately 50% of obligation through a combination of cash and notes. And still on, the Federal Ministry of Health has revealed that the number of practicing doctors in Nigeria fell from 66,241 in 2024 to about 55,000 in 2025, representing a decline of 16.9% within 1 year. Data from the ministry show that Nigeria currently has around 55,000 doctors practicing in the country, down from the 66,214 doctors recorded in the 2024 State of Health report published by the ministry. The same report showed that the number of doctors rose from 64,949 in 2022 to approximately 66,241 in 2024, a growth rate of about 2%, which was already insufficient to meet the country's rapidly expanding healthcare needs. The 2025 Joint Annual Report, however, revealed a reversal, citing high attrition rate driven largely by external migration as a major factor behind the decline. And to end the news, Mali has revealed that reports about the imminent launch of a currency for 3 military-led countries in West Africa's Sahel region were fake, abandoning the 8-member West African Monetary Union and adopting a new currency would further isolate Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso, who last year finalized their break with the West African Political and Economic Bloc, ECOWAS, to create a new bloc known as the Alliance of Sahel States. Meanwhile, the West African Economic and Monetary Union uses a common currency, the CFA franc, which is pegged to the euro. Niger military leader General Abdurrahman Tihani earlier revealed that the three countries were eyeing a monetary alliance, though their governments have not given a timeline or details about the project. And still to come after the break, reviewing 2025 ETF and equity market performance. How should investors position for 2026? Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation for the day. We're already in 2026 and investors are taking stock of how markets performed last year and what lies ahead. In 2025, equity markets and the ETFs navigated a complex mix of tight monetary conditions, shifting global capital flows, currency pressures, and geopolitical uncertainties. While some sectors and asset classes delivered strong returns, others struggled with volatility and policy headwinds. For investors, the focus now is twofold: understanding the key lesson from ETF and equity market performance in 2025 and identifying how best to position portfolios for the rest of 2026 amid ongoing uncertainties and evolving opportunities. So the question this morning is, what did 2025 teach investors and how should portfolios be positioned for 2026? And joining us to give answers to this question is Olao Shebikon Alaka Koka. Is the portfolio manager, Vativa Fund Managers Limited. Good morning, Ola. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Good morning, Deb. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, now let's look back at 2025. How would you assess the equity markets and the ETF performance overall?
For 2025, I would say that there was a strong performance from the Nigerian All-Share Index. It printed about 51% year to date. And I think for the ETFs, for the number of ETFs that we have, they also printed particularly strong returns. And it's also the best performer for asset classes in the year 2025.
So at what point did investors face the biggest disappointment in 2025, and what lessons should be learned from that?
For biggest disappointment, I think the oil and gas sector of the Nigerian All-Share Index provided the most disappointing returns. There was a negative performance of about 1.54% versus all the other sectors in the All-Share Index. Speaking particularly to that index, we had tickers like Aradel and Internal Oil perform particularly well, but the number of tickers in that segment of the All-Share Index were negative, and so that led to a decline in prices for the All-Share Index of the NGX.
So let's speak about the standouts. That's the sector in the region that actually stood out. You mentioned Aradel. Why was there, an outstanding performance for them? What did they do differently from the others?
I think Aradel has been particularly positioned to give investors a significant return. They have continued to acquire assets over the last 2 years, position themselves as a major player in the oil and gas sector. And we've already seen performances from them up until 2026. Aradel has performed significantly well, printing as high around the 700 mark. And it's floating around, I think it's floating around 700 at club markets yesterday. So we've also seen analysts review the market expectations or their target prices for Aradel, with people going to as high as 1,200 in some cases.
Okay, so let's speak about how the interest rate policy, inflation trends, and currency movements have influenced the market in 2025. How did it influence the market?
So for 2025, we saw a somewhat steady decline in inflation over the course of the year, and those conditions were instrumental for the MPC committee. They reviewed MPC rates by about 0.5%, and we saw fixed income yields slowly trend downward over the course of the year. I think we had yields printed as high as 24%, and then closing around the 17% mark at the end of the year. So those were particular instances or things that influence the markets in 2025.
We can agree that ETFs have actually, continue to attract investors' interest, right? So, what are the key advantages that they offered last year? That's last year's market environment. What are the key advantages that they offered?
So, the Vertiva ETFs, they provide a number of advantages. They are slightly cheaper than individual stocks. One of the things we talk about when you're investing is to have a diverse portfolio of assets. So you don't just put all your money in one thing and expect for it to give you like a significant return. You're exposing yourself to a risk if that asset suffers any volatility or decline. So basically, the ETFs give you a already diversified portfolio. The underlying assets are tickers in we have Vertiva Banking, which gives you access to the banking index. We have Vertiva Industrial Goods, which gives you access to the industrial goods sector. And then we have consumer goods, which gives you access to the consumer goods sector, as well as the Vertiva Green 30, which mirrors the NGX 30 index. So those give you a diversified portfolio that are significantly cheaper. I think one unit of the Vertiva Banking is around the 40 naira mark. But if you're going to buy tickers like DTB, like Stanbic, you're looking at 100 naira per share. So we give you access to those tickers at a much reduced rate. We also give you diversification of assets, and then we also sort of protect you from the volatility in daily prices for those tickers. You see daily there are fluctuations in the price of tickers like GTCO, Stanbic, Wema. But on the other hand, because you're invested in the diversified portfolio, you don't necessarily face the risk of volatility that comes with investing in only one stock on the ASI.
So for Nigerian investors, how useful were the ETFs in managing diversification and foreign exchange rates in 2025?
So like I already said, it gives you like the diversification of your asset classes. But then speaking particularly to each of the ETFs, we saw consumer goods print around 129 or 120% year to date, meaning that if you had invested 100 naira, you'd have 120 at the end of year. Our ETFs significantly match, or sometimes in rare cases perform better than the sector that they're tracking. So we've seen instances like, speaking on up to 2026, we've seen banking print around 5% upwards, even though the banking sector of the ASI has only printed around 77% for the year. So in some cases, they give you like improved returns as well as the diversification of your portfolio.
Okay, now let's turn to 2026. So speak to us about the major macroeconomic or market risks that investors should watch closely for.
So one of the things that we've discussed with regards to 2026 is the fact that it's a pre-election year. We expect activities to ramp up closer to the end of the year as we start rallies, all of the election activities. So we expect that there'll be an improvement in economic activity, and that could also affect yields on both fixed income and equity instruments, and as well as macroeconomic policies and environments, so to speak. Which is with the risk of improved spending is that inflation becomes slightly more sticky, and I know that the MPC, or I believe that the MPC will consider like watching how the year runs out before they make significant reductions in the MPC rate. So those are things that affect the year 2026. And then we also have things like FX stability, ensuring that investors have a slightly better expectations of the market. So those are things that affect us in 2026.
So do you expect volatility to remain elevated in 2026? What's your opinion about that?
For volatility, I think one of the things like the past 5 years has shown me is that the world can change in the drop of a hat. We were in 2020, and I think at the beginning of 2020, we didn't expect that we'll be facing a pandemic. So things particularly changed, and I've noticed that those changes happen much quickly, and they have a significant impact on markets. So for 2026, I think it's slightly too early to tell. We'll be looking to see how the market plays along, although we've seen the ASI continue to print impressive returns because of the rally in some of the names that, so the SATA rally that is, like they usually call it, have spilled over into January, and we've seen an impressive performance already from the index.
All right, so how should investors think about asset allocation this year? Should it be more defensive positioning or selective risk?
For positioning, I typically say that it depends on the investor. Some investors have the capacity to take on even more risk than other investors. Somebody that is investing 200 million can take more risk than someone that is investing 5,000. So those are things that would first and foremost you consider before you make any decision. But I think that we can expect to see, provided that there are no sudden movements, so to speak, we can expect that macroeconomic environments continue to provide even more stability. As you said earlier, the exchange rate has stabled, with it printing a high of about 1,400 naira for $1. So if you continue to see improved performance like that, and then stable policy decisions, a continuous decline in inflation rate, and all of those things, we could see the equity market present or provide even better yields in 2025. So you could see more impressive return, and it's a pre-election year, so there'll be a ramp up in economic activity as we move more or closer to 2027. So that will also be good for consumer goods sector as well as the banking sector.
So what guiding principles should investors actually put in mind when they're adjusting their portfolios for 2026?
The first thing I would say is that you need to, that's what I tell everybody, you need to do your research. Don't just jump into, well, typically most people like to just jump into things. But for investors that are looking to, especially if you need to invest either short-term or long-term, you need to do your research. You need to do your research, find out what kind of investor you are, determine the amount of risk that you can take before you make any investment decisions. And that's one of the reasons why you need fund managers like Vetiver Capital or VFML. Yeah. So those are things that you need to also get professional advice. People don't take advantage of that as much as they should. And another thing is that time in the market is much better than time in the market. So you're better off investing today than trying to position yourself for maybe 3 months down the line when you know that there'll be improvements in performance or the annual results are coming out. Most people would have already positioned themselves ahead compared to you that are looking to time the markets. The markets can move in 1 day, in 1 hour. That's how volatile life has been lately.
All right, so before I let you go, this is off. So what stocks should we look out for? Free advice for people out there.
Okay. First off, I'm not paid to give.
Okay, so you're not going to.
I would say that first of all, I said that I'm not paid to give free advice, but for the fact that you invited me here to speak to me, I would say that we're a buy rated on some select names. Names like Aradel, GCCO, UBA, I think Guinness and MB. So I buy on a number of tickers, but out of my head, there's Presco, there's MTN. So those are tickers that are sure to, where we expect an improved performance in once they point out their full year numbers for 2025. So those are names that I would advise that you buy if you're looking to invest in equity markets.
Thank you for giving us advice that you were not paid for. Anyways, thank you so much. We were speaking to Ola Alaka Koka, is the portfolio manager for Vetiver Fund Managers Limited. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be looking at are Nigerian businesses investing enough in cybersecurity or just reacting? Just stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goal. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation this morning. Now, we've all been there. An app that saves you time, feels intuitive, and just works. And then another that freezes, crashes, or makes a simple task feel like punishment. Why is that, you may ask? Joining us this morning is Okoli Johnson, is a senior cloud developer engineer, to help us understand why some apps make life easier and others make you angry, and what this means for businesses, developers, and everyday users. Okoli, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Let's look at the big picture from your experience. What really separates a great app from a frustrating one?
Yeah, so from my own end, I would say that it's about having clarity over cleverness. So what that means is you should build your apps with simplicity, and that would afford your users less stress when they try to navigate the different screens, in the sense that they are able to predict the app and they have clear feedback on actions. Because even when the app works and it gets the users angry, more like they waste their time on the app, it does not pass a good impression about the app. So it's about building the app with simplicity and having high speed in terms of navigations.
All right, now let's take it to user experience. Many people blame bad network or their phones, but how often is poor app performance actually a design, or is it actually a design or engineering issue?
Yeah, it's a design issue, because you should build your app with the focus that it might fail under very poor network. And what that means is you don't want your app to frequently crash when the network is poor. So you should design your app with good lightweight performance, in terms that is able to optimize fully. And also probably you can have some offline support. Just let's say temporarily your user does not have network, it should be able to they should still be able to perform an action. But when the network comes up, you can just sync the global network itself. But it's still about design issues that your app should not be that heavy to be able to navigate or perform operations.
So why do some apps load almost instantly? And now we're talking about speed and reliability. Some apps, they load instantly, while others, they lag or crash. So what's happening behind the scenes? Take us through that.
Yeah, so behind the scene, we can talk about the code itself, right? Because when your code is lightweight, more like there are no complexity to your code. Something we call the O of N. That's more like complexity, your code complexity. If you try to prevent unnecessary condition or checks in your code, it also reduces the time. And also you can talk about something we call caching mechanism. So what that means is if users access a particular page in your app frequently, you would want to cache it using probably Redis so that next time a request is made, it doesn't go back to database and it's easy to return back to the users. And also when you use CDNs, so more like content delivery network, that they are close to your users' demography, and also having proper testing and making fewer requests when a particular operation is about to take place. You don't need to query so much to be able to give the user feedback.
All right, so as a cloud DevOps engineer, how important is cloud infrastructure in determining how smooth or stressful an app can feel to users?
Yeah, so cloud infrastructure is very important in the sense that you want your app to auto scale. Like when you have spikes in your network, maybe due to some very peak period, you want your app to easily scale and not get congested or go down in availability. So what that means is that you want to apply auto scaling. You want to be sure that your app is reliable, and basically users don't see the cloud, but they feel it in terms of their activities. When the app gets delayed, it's also part of the cloud infrastructures. Probably CDN is far from the current user or some other issues there.
How much damage can a poorly performing app do to a company's brand or bottom line?
It creates a bad impression about the company in the sense that they start to lose traffic, and they also lose revenues because the aim is to actually be able to deliver a good product while also making revenue. So if your users don't trust your app in terms of the app performance, and your app has poor reviews, in the end, it's going to have a very high impact on your revenue and image of your company.
I'm still on the local content. You know, in a market like Nigeria, where connectivity and devices vary widely, what should developers be doing differently?
Yeah, so they should actually build for real condition in the sense that I think we talked about network initially. So your app should actually be very stable in the sense that it's able to still strive under unstable network. And you should also be able to test your app in the sense that it can work against even very old devices or old devices that are not current. It should be backward compatible with those old devices. And what that means is it should be lightweight and reusable under weaker condition. And because reliability matters over fancy, even though your app is fancy, but it does not fit and solve the network issues, it's actually an issue in a market like Nigeria.
So, okay, let's now look at the performance and scale. I'm very curious about this one. So, you know, when an app suddenly goes viral or the number of users spikes, what usually breaks first and why?
Yeah, what usually breaks for us is more like they have issues with queries. So what that means is they've had a lot of users come into their app, and then maybe due to surge, and this is at this point that you now start talking of your initial design. Did you have a poor design? Because if you have a poor design, if you did not get it right from the first instance, let's say for instance, you did not apply those things we've talked about in the past, like caching mechanism, or like having optimized network. At this point, your users might experience lags, might experience app crashes, might experience difficulties trying to navigate your app at this point. But if you had employed and applied those basic principles from initial, they will have more like a smooth sailing experience.
Okay, so some of these developers, they say it's easier to actually build cheap than fix later. Do you agree with that? If you don't, why?
I don't agree with that fully, because if you say you want to build cheap, what about when you have sudden surge? So I think from the initial, you should build with a mind scale of scalability, right? You should know that your app is liable and prone to scale at any point. So what that means is you should apply all basic and standard and industry standard to be sure that your app is able to stand test of time even when it scales at large. Because most times when it scales, you now see them having difficulties being able to migrate to a bigger infrastructure. So from onstart, you should actually build your app with that mindset that is prone to issues, and you should test properly in terms of users, possible users' behaviors and conditions.
All right, let's look at the security versus convenience now. Sometimes apps feel slow because of security checks. So how do companies balance safety without having to annoy their users?
Yes, you guys, that is a popular saying I love to use with that. So security should actually protect your users, not punish them. So what that means is that you want to apply your security smartly. You want to minimize frictions. So let's say, for instance, you want to take most actions to the background service, unless when those processes now fail, that's when you want to now halt the user's progress. Let's say, for instance, the user is trying to on board and you are trying to verify the users. So most times you might want to do some background checks that will run at the background and then give a feedback even while the user is still navigating through the pages. What that means is they have more selling experience and less friction while trying to navigate your app. So basically,
okay. So what are the early warning signs that an app is poorly built or badly maintained? What are the red flags that we should look out for?
The red flags are mostly you see the app crashing, where you have to restart the app, and then you're like, what's happening? Is it my device? You start doubting, is it my device or the app? At that point, it's something to actually, is a red flag to actually look out for. And also when there are bugs, let's say, for instance, an app releases a new version and you can see bugs as opposed to what you were seeing before, that shows a lack of proper testing. That when the app start giving inconsistent behaviors from what you have before, you should know that, oh, probably developers are not really doing the best, even though apps cannot be 100% bug free, but the occurrence should be very, very minimal in terms of user experience. And also when the app loads very slow, when it starts loading very slow as opposed to what it should be, you should know that it's also part of apps that have been built poorly. So in summary, frequent crashes and slow queries and inconsistent app behaviors, they kind of give that vibe that this app is not properly built.
All right, so for founders and businesses, if a startup is launching an app today, what are the must-have priorities to avoid user frustration?
Yeah, the main priority for me is that they should actually build in real conditions, and prior to that, they should actually listen to users, more like get actual user stories from people that want to use the app, right? Because when you are building, you already have your targeted audience. So you should actually speak to them, more like survey, get some user stories at the initial that would help you in designing your app. So you should more like use a reverse psychology. You should actually meet your users before you even start building. You get, so what that means is, and also when you build, you want to be sure that those functionalities are very good, because you don't want to solve one problem and then you have so many ones that come afterwards. So it's about having real-time app testing and having simple UI and prioritizing our performance too.
Okay, so I want to ask this. When an app fails, who is to blame? Is it the developer? Is it the product manager? Who exactly is to blame?
I think it's a shared blame, but I'll go more with the product person, because it's supposed to actually undo that in terms of, okay, when the developer is done with the app, we have to put the app through thorough testing. There's something we call stress tests. So you should go through a lot of tests to be able to determine that, okay, this app is now fit for use. So without all those being done, and then you go to market and the app starts crashing, then we should blame the product.
All right, so looking ahead, with AI and automation becoming more common, do you think users should expect apps to get better or more complicated?
Yeah, it depends on how AI is being used, right? Because it's a tool that should actually help make your development faster in terms of how you use it. So if you're able to not depend solely on it, what that means is you actually leverage on AI to make your work faster. You don't need to give it the whole thinking. You have to do more of that while also seeking, more like you make it a co-pilot, not the main developer. So it depends on how it's being used to be able to boost your productivity and also have functionality as well.
Finally, Okoli, when should a user walk away from an app? Finally, at what point do you think they should just give up on the app?
Yeah, I think most users are not patient, right? What's their first experience matters. One good experience, one bad experience is worse than 10 good experience. What that means is because bad experience tend to travel faster. So users should actually give up maybe when they are not able to perform the primary need of the app frequently, and probably after reaching out to the developer, they are still able to perform their basic or primary purpose of the app. I think at that point they should, because it's not serving them the purpose at which they got the app in the first place, and there's no point progressing with the app.
All right, thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Okoli Johnson is a senior cloud DevOps engineer. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at reviewing 2025 ETF and equity market performance. How should investor position for 2026? And we also looked at why some app makes life easier and others make you angry. And of course, the Breakfast Show continues with the big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goal. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps,
Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid in November. Some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, that they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the Afri land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling. So we have no option. We have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will say everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring? They did not provide anything.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. Nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UB head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself. They just come and demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they say we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to meet our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. United told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
We have seen and we have heard, and from this report it is apparent that these traders have not gotten feedback from the government, neither do they exactly know what is happening. So we are standing in solidarity with the traders and with the people of this market, the Lagosians, and we want to know the reason for the demolishment. This is Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Big Story segment on the Business Day television breakfast show. My name is Deborah Eze. Nigeria has recorded its second national grid collapse in just 4 days, once again plunging parts of the country into darkness and raising fresh concerns about the stability of our power infrastructure. And to help us unpack what's happening and why this keeps recurring, I'm being joined by Ibrahim Abubakar. He's the energy correspondent at Business Day. Ibrahim, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good to be here.
All right, so take us straight. You're the expert here. What actually happened, and how is this different or similar from the great collapse that we had 4 days ago?
Well, it's similar in the case that we had 0 megawatts in terms of distribution load to discos customers. What that means is that from all of the discos, they were not able to get anything from the gencos during that period when we had that collapse. So it was 0 megawatts. So originally, between discos, there is circa 4,000, 4,500, 5,000 megawatts that they distribute among themselves. But yesterday, being Tuesday, we had 0, meaning that it collapsed totally. However, we've seen reports, and there's this thing that our power sector players do these days, where we have grid collapse. It will be termed grid, what's the word? Disturbance.
Okay, that collapse.
You understand? So instead of using the word collapse, we're not trying to use the word disturbance. And I'm like, okay, if you're using the word disturbance, then it should just be a little bit, minus from the original thing you're distributing. So if you're distributing 4,000 and you had 3,000 and you had 2,000 or maybe 1,500, because okay, we had a disturbance somewhere that's reduced our loading to the discos. But in this case, we had 0.
Right.
Is that a disturbance now, or is it
a total collapse?
You know what I'm saying? So we had that collapse, and that came 4 days after we had the first one this year, and it's just January.
Yeah.
And the first one came less than 24 hours after the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, was at Apapa in Lagos on Thursday to talk about our power stability. They're working on how they can stabilize power, and they brought in some meters through the Disrupt initiative, and now in less than 24 hours we had a grid collapse. Then less than 5 days later, another grid collapse. So it speaks to the infrastructural deficit that we had, and even that's the minister, had mentioned multiple times convention around super grid, but we're yet to get to that level. And
for the sake of our viewers that hear the grid collapse,
yes,
and they do not really understand what it means. Take us through what it really means when a grid collapses. Is it that it's not functioning anymore? Just take us through what it really means.
So it's a combination of so many things. There are so many factors, many which are technical jargons that I might try to explain, in layman's time. So there is what we call frequency. So there is this setting, like the where this frequency is supposed to be like. It's like a radio station. So if you have 101.7 as the frequency for your radio station, say BD radio, and now if you are past 101.7 to like 101.9, you won't get what you're supposed to get in terms of quality. Now if you're below it, you still won't get what you're supposed to get. So in this case, for the power sector, there's a frequency. If you are above that frequency, you have a problem. If you are below that frequency to a large extent, you also have a problem. So you're supposed to maintain that frequency. So anything that disrupts that frequency is what leads to collapse. So it's not like a physical infrastructure just go down, no. In some cases it might be, but generally when you hear collapse, it's not that maybe one facility somewhere just went down, no. So it's a matter of maybe there's a tripping somewhere, frequency issue over the generator that, so it's a whole host of problems. So when we say grid collapse, we're not talking about a building falling, or you understand. So it's just some technical conversations around that.
All right, now that is actually understood, 2 collapses in 1 week is actually very worrying. So tell us, what does that frequency actually mean for the power infrastructure sector in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's passing a message that we're not doing enough. When the minister mentioned that, so we brought in some meters, we're trying to meter the customers across board. Many people on socials were like, okay, if you meter me and I don't have light, what's the essence of the meter? So this should be working hand in hand, where there's power infrastructure that is very, very okay, then the metering is there so that you can also account for what I'm consuming, so you can bill me for that. You get so, but in this case, the power issue is recurring. In less than 1 week, you have two collapse. It affects businesses. So if I'm a barber and I'm using power to do my stuff, my activities, and there's no light from between 10 to like 6-7 p.m. in the evening, the whole of that day is ruined for me. So I probably need to find alternative to get a generator if I have one, fuel it, and do my business, or get a solar system that can work for what I need. So at the end of the day, it's a cost on the other side. I did a report recently on how 20 more firms are leaving the grid, and that's to speak to the issue. Businesses are now leaving. They do not depend, or they cannot be dependent on the grid anymore. So they are generating their own. They are building their own plants from scratch, and they're creating. So over 250 firms across board in the country have left the grid. So that's a problem for the discos. That's a problem for the investors in the value chain in the power sector. Because then, if the people that are supposed to be under the band, in quotes, are leaving, say the Dangote plants, some universities across board are leaving the plants. Those are the guys that will pay you the money. Residentials, literally, I'm not using that much. So, say fan, television, and I'm good. Something to charge my phone with. Then, but you have mechanisms, you have plants, facilities that are using generators that are so big, machinery that are huge, that consume a lot. So that's where your money should be coming from. You should just only be getting a little bit from the residential aspect of things. Now the commercial customers are leaving, so it means they won't be earning much. There was a report around how much was earned in the first 3 quarters of last year, 2025, and then there was also a following report, a complementary report, that subsidy was paid. So you see, that's where the problem is. So if the government is subsidizing for residentials mainly, then the commercial that are supposed to be paying you well enough are also leaving, then you have a problem.
Right.
So it took down to the management of the discos, the gencos, the debts that we hear every now and then, that even the staff that work in those organizations are not safe.
Yeah, that's my next question. So is it a generation issue or a transmission issue, or do you think it's both? And what is actually the weakness right now?
So it is a combination of everything.
Okay.
Transmission, generation, and distribution. Gencos will tell you we don't have gas. We couldn't get gas. Yeah, and eventually when they get the gas, CCN, that is being operated by the government, is owing. The government is owing gencos. Then eventually the discos are also owing. The discos cannot collect from the customers, appropriately. Then if you cannot collect, if you're billing your customers 10 billion naira, let's say in a month, 10 billion naira, and you're collecting 5. First, you have operational cost for yourself as a company, as an organization. Then before you say you want to send gencos money to gencos, you have little to send. So then the consumers are not paying as well. So you have problem across board everywhere. Metering, people are bypassing. The one that has meter do not have the smart meters yet. Then we have the issues around our customers supposed to pay for meters. Installation, getting an installation. The minister also made mention of this latest one that just came in through the DISREP initiative. DISREP, by the way, is a World Bank initiative for Nigeria, so it's a partnership. So the minister said this set of meters will be given to the consumers for free and installed for free. Any discos that install and charge would face the words of the law. Then
you disagreed.
Then few days later, I think that statement was made on Thursday because I was there.
Yes.
Then on Monday, we had reports that discos are saying no, this cannot work. Then yesterday, some human rights, should I say, activists or corporation came out with a press statement that free metering is the way to go. So we're having back and forth around that. Now everything cannot be free. I understand when we're like NEPA, when it's all run by the government, every aspect of it: generation, distribution, transmission, government owned and operates. So, but now we have the GenCos and the DISCos privately owned. The government still control the TCN because of security, and people need that orientation. People from that generation down to this very generation needs to be orientated. Oh, we've moved this from just government owned to private owned, and that means you have to pay. It's like you want to get water, a bottle of water, you have to pay for it, except your dad is one,
Yeah, that was the company.
That was the company. Thank you. So, but if you want anything, you want a wristwatch, you want a shoe, you want that glove, you pay for it. It's the same analogy, the same sense.
Yeah.
If you need power in your apartments, in your offices, you need to pay for it. And if you're now bypassing, that means you're stealing. You just lifted something out of a shop. You need to pay for it.
Yeah.
So, but many people, especially from the old generation, that knew about NEPA, that experienced NEPA, they are not in that reality of we need to pay for it. The same thing with water.
Right.
So that's the problem.
So from what you said, those that have experienced NEPA, Nigeria has gone through privatization and a lot of power sector reform. But why do we still have this problem when it comes to the grid?
So spoken with so many people who've played in the sector. Some are for, some are against. Now, if you look at the proprietor of geometric power, Abba, he used to be the Minister of Power, and we had a conversation one time where he said at this point Nigeria should be generating somewhere around 100,000 megawatts, and we see doing 4,000-5,000. And if you look at South Africa, that is in over 50,000 with lesser population. They still have issues around their power sector. They still have blackouts sometimes. Now, what's to say a country of the magnitude, huge population that is managing, because that's the word, managing 4,000-5,000 megawatts won't have blackouts. If a country that has done times 10 of that is still having blackouts with lesser population. So that's the problem. We have a problem around infrastructure. We have a problem around political will. Oh, let's do this thing. Oh, if you do this thing, the people we might not win the next election. So most of our politicians cares about the next election than doing the right thing. It's the same case with the fuel subsidy. When it was removed in 2012, I think we had this protest in Ojota where it has to be reversed. Then in 2023, it was removed again. But guess what? If you had been accepted back then in 2012, we won't have this problem around that oil and gas sector. Yeah. But now, removed in 2023, we've seen the positive, we've seen the negative. So now, it's looking like if we take that same, policy, that same reform now in the power sector, we might have issues in 2027.
Right.
So
when this collapse happens, who is supposed to be accountable? Who should take responsibility?
So we have the NISO, we have the SO, we have the TCN. So it's a whole lot of value chain. So the people, like I just mentioned, are more or less the major MDAs, the major agencies that you want to speak to, NISO especially when it comes to the grid. So they released a report yesterday, and I read through the reports and I'm like, okay, you understand? So they're just like, okay, you cannot feel it that, okay, after this, maybe the next grid collapse will be in 10 years' time now.
10 years.
I'm just saying, there are some reports you read, there are some statements you see, and you're okay, they walk around it. The last time we talked about Spain and Portugal having blackouts was some months ago. We've not had that same situation now. You understand? So if you have the same thing like that in Nigeria, the people will be so angst, people will be so angry. So now when we talk about national grid collapse, it's become a normal thing for the Nigerian people. But you said grid collapse, okay.
Right.
You understand? You go on X, especially the way my light just off now. If I say grid don't collapse. You understand? So it's become a normal thing, even when the grid didn't collapse.
Yeah.
But because the way the lights went off, you get like,
Are you sure it's not the grid?
you understand? So then, psychologically, we're already accepting it as our reality. We shouldn't be. So I believe the parties involved, especially from the government arms, needs to have a lot of work to do. And any reform that we need to take, no matter how hard it is, should be taken.
Right. So what speaks us about the economic consequence of this repeated grid collapse, especially for businesses already, suffering and having to do with high energy?
So it cut across, we're trying to move towards electricity being the source of energy all through and through. And by electricity, I'm not talking about oil and gas, petrol now. So we talk about electric vehicles, talk about electric bikes, electric everything. Yeah, and we're having blackout. What it does to the psyche of a customer or a potential customer that wants to get an electric vehicle. So if I want to get an electric vehicle 2 days ago, or let's say last week Wednesday, and I have a grid collapse on Friday, I'm like, okay, I can still manage it, and should be just one day. Then on Tuesday, the following week, another grid collapse. Then psychologically, I'll be appealing towards getting the conventional car. That means that electric vehicle distributor or assembler or manufacturer is having a problem when it comes to sales. Now let's talk about the organizations that are already working. How much do they then spend on diesel when the grid collapse? So we look at how much does it cost to set up a generating plant for the organization that can do it, like of Dangote and all. Then for the SMEs that are the drivers of the economy, they employ 1 or 2 persons, 3 persons, 5 persons to work with them, and there's no power supply. I need to get petrol, but in this case, and probably get diesel instead of petrol, 8,000 naira plus for a liter, and then I'm getting 10 liters, 20 liters for a day, 2 days. So when you accumulate all of these things, like I said one time on this show, there was a report last year that speaks to just Lagos State and how much was spent on maintenance and generation, fueling generators, $10 billion, just Lagos. Now, I want to look at the major cities in Nigeria, Abuja, Port Harcourt, then probably $5 million, around 5, 10, 8, like that. Because I'm sure no other state would do it as Lagos does. Yeah. So let's put Port Harcourt around $8 million, Abuja around that same figure. Then you see problems across board. Then it speaks to revenue, profit. Then I can't, if I'm running that such business, I probably won't be able to increase the salary of that guy that is doing wonderfully well for me. You get, so it speaks to all spectrum of one's life, business, residential, no light. I have a kid, less than 6 months, and he or she needs that, that air, not eat. Transport is a problem.
Right. So do you think Nigeria should expect more collapse, or do you think there's a realistic path for stability?
This moment, more collapse.
We should expect more.
Yeah.
All right. So if there's one major reform or investment in Nigeria Nigerians should prioritize for this cycle to stop, what would it be?
So I'll say let's privatize or do the same thing we did with NLNG, with the TCN. Where you give the private sector 51% and the government 49%. Okay. So that way the private sector runs it, but you are there to make sure there's check and balance as the government. Okay. So then you open the pathway for investment. Let people come in, people that knows how to do these things. Let them come in and do these things. We've seen Egypt did it, South Africa has done it, Morocco did it. The last AFCON, many Nigerians that went for the AFCON for the first time living in Nigeria or for the first time going to Morocco were wowed. Infrastructure-wise, electricity-wise, even the stadium that, so it's cut across. We need to level up. I feel we've been living in a delusional state for a very long time. African giant, that was probably in the 90s, early 2000s. And currently, I'm not sure we are even top 5 when it comes to infrastructure across board in Africa. South Africa, Morocco, even Kenya, they're doing wonderfully well. So we need to step up and, like I said, creates a conducive business environment where the laws, the terms and conditions are very clear. If I want to come invest, I know if I have issue with this vendor and I take this vendor to court, the court will not side with this person because I'm a foreigner, I'm an expatriate. The court will look at it holistically and say, okay, you are wrong, you're right, pay this person or settle. You understand? But in the case where I'm suing a vendor that refused to get the job done and also refund me, and it's taking 5 years, 10 years before you could give a judgment, I'll go elsewhere. You know, to cap it, there's a firm called ConocoPhillips. They left Nigeria some years back in the oil and gas sector. Guess what? They are now investing in Libya. What is in Libya that we don't have? That's a question for the government and all of the players around that sector.
All right. So your conclusion, the greed, we should expect more greed collapse.
Yeah, I don't want to.
The expert has spoken.
It is what it is.
All right. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. It was really good to have you.
It's good to be here.
All right. We'll be speaking to Ibrahim Abubakar. He's the energy correspondent right here at Business Day. The breakfast show continues with the social listening segment after this break. Just stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell 1 truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
You're welcome back. This is the social listening segment right here on The Breakfast Show. I am Deborah Eze, and with me,
most definitely, I am Onyeka Valentine.
All right, let's go straight to the conversations that Nigerians are talking about online. And the first conversation gaining attention is President Tinubu's experience in Turkey as he fell down after he lost balance on Tuesday.
As he fell forward.
Now, the presidency has said President Bola Tinubu briefly lost his balance on Tuesday after stepping on a metal object during his official visit to Ankara, Turkey, but he remains fit and is proceeding with his scheduled meetings. Meanwhile, President Tinubu and his Turkish counterpart, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, also agreed to pursue a $5 billion trade volume between Nigeria and Turkey as both countries signed 9 bilateral agreements. Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to this. And the first reaction, we have Mo. And Mo said, "Kudos to you, sir. Posterity will be kind to you for standing up against terrorism." Okay. The second reaction, or the first reaction rather, we have for Mane. And he said, everyone stumbles sometimes, literally. At 73, after a long flight and rigorous schedule, it's human. Let's debate his policies on economy and security instead of mocking a sleep that anyone could have. Nigeria deserves better discourse than this. Another one from FaZe, and he said, "Unfortunate moment, but it happens. Report says he briefly lost his footing during the ceremony and was quickly assisted, with officials confirming he's fine and continued the schedule. No need for the incident to overshadow the actual purpose of the visit." And finally from Toxers, and he said, "Even though I do not appreciate his leadership, but I can't wish him bad. He's a human being. I can fall sick or misstep. There's a regular occurrence for any human being. It doesn't worth dragging." I think that's the bone of contention here, the regular occurrence. But I'm sure by now, those that, were with us since morning already know what your stand is. But the sake of our social media viewers, what do you think about this? I still think you don't have to be tripping and falling, because I can't remember last time I fell. So
again, I mean, if not newborn babies, but a child of 2, 3, 4 years old can actually run and fall down.
What do you call them? 2, 3 year olds?
I get you. Okay. I know we're heading to. But so let's be realistic now and be quite factual. I think I agree with the second person that contributed there. Okay. A 73-year-old man, right? Long flights, stress with Nigeria's, challenges, stress with Nigeria's problems, all that weighing on him, right? I'm not making an excuse for him, but if I have to make an excuse for him, if I have to be his attorney, like I said during our newspaper review, I will say, look, to each his own. However, I expected, the bodyguard to be quite close enough to make sure that doesn't happen to actually, because it's an international issue. Whenever you have a head of state losing his footing, no one will see it from an angle of him being a normal human being. People always think those at that leadership level are extraordinary human beings. They're human beings like you and I, right? They've just been opportune to have worked so hard and got to that level. However, let's don't allow it to mushroom the main, issues surrounding why he went to Turkey, the business that he went to discuss, and every other thing that is quite important. But it looks as if social media people are targeting, or rather focused more on the fact that he tripped and fell. So in that light, I would say this: he fell forward. And falling forward simply means no matter what you go through, how you deal with it, whether it's in your business or, basically your everyday run around, you make mistakes, you lose your footing, but make sure you keep on moving. So for me, I think our commander-in-chief understood that assignment and said, even if I fall 7 times, I will get up the 8th time and I'll press on.
Or he'll come out to tell you just double it.
Well, again, it's called doubling forward.
Oh, doubling forward. I think Nigerians just want, there is actually a functionality that comes with being agile.
Right.
I think that is what Nigerians
are looking
out for. Like, if you can't, take few steps without having to fall, how are we sure you really would be able to really pinpoint our problems?
But the man walked down from the private from our
did he
presidential
walk
jet.
to the end before falling?
Well, give him some credit. He wasn't covered from distance. Okay, so now let's look at the top 5 presidents around the world that have fallen down.
Why are you avoiding the fact that it has become a normal reoccurrence?
Whenever he travels, he falls down.
Not whenever he travels, he's always falling.
I was going to say,
you know that he's always falling. Right. So if it's telling us what his state of agility is, he's an old man. At 73.
At 73, I don't think it would be fair to say that you are very old. Also.
So, okay, what's your definition of old?
So I think that, again, I will agree with you and disagree with you. When it comes to health status, right? Someone who is even 33 or 40, who has some health challenges, right, could obviously experience this kind of instability.
What do you have a lifespan? 60 years old.
But again, there are people in Japan who are living close to 90, 93, 94. The other day I saw an 83-year-old woman exercising and jogging around her house.
How many of that?
That's my point.
This is 100.
So I'm sure that lady doesn't have the burden of Nigeria on her shoulders.
There's that too.
So
I wouldn't fault the people who are looking at, is he really in the right state to actually cater and care for the people who are actually under him. But anyways, let's not take away the focus at which that trip was made. That's the 5 billion trade bilateral agreement which is actually a very, 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 very good one. All of it was explained this morning by Mohammed during the newspaper interview. All right. Also, another story: Nigerians are reacting to the shutdown of Anambra Major Market, Onitsha, by Governor Charles Soludo. The governor's decision follows the traders' continued compliance with the indigenous people of Biafra's sit-at-home directive. Soludo gave the order on Monday in Onitsha shortly after he visited the market, noting that the defiance of the market leadership to open was against the government directive. Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to this. Of course, the first one from Mo, and he said, "Kudos to you, sir. Posterity will be kind to you for standing up against terrorism." And also from Okpemi Kodri, and said, "Your Excellency, why not arrest and bring to book the criminals elements that enforce the Monday sit-at-home? Why not scapegoat one of the sit-at-home enforcers to serve as a deterrent to other criminals elements in your state, instead of this economic sabotage executive order? Your order makes it look like the guys behind the sit-at-home are winning."
Well, on the contrary.
I agree with that. But Zamba says, "You can't force people on how to go about their business. If anyone decides to sit at home 365 days in a year, that's on him.
Zamba, my friend.
Not you."
Zamba, my friend, if you're watching this, I'll quickly say that you probably don't know your left from your right. He has the right. He is the commander, he is the chief executive officer of that state.
No, he doesn't have a right.
Hold on, I'll explain to you. When you're a chief executive officer of a state, what does that mean? It means that you preside over the state. It is your job to make sure that lives and livelihood, are not exploited or, taken for granted. At the same time, make sure that businesses and the economy of the city is running well, which is why he signed that paper based on, "I pledge to serve." Now, what does that mean? It means that what this last person said, doesn't come into play. It means that this last person's contribution is questionable. I think Soludo, still reserves the right as the governor of elected governor of Anambra State, right? He has the right to now say, look, there is an issue that people are not following through. I think for the well-being of the state, in an event where there's an economic downtown, or it looks as if this might not favor us based on revenue, then I will make strong move. Decisions making is not easy, especially for leaders. And in this case, he has seen that, look, these people don't want to listen. The money they've lost over time. Remember, he didn't say it shut down indefinitely. He said it's a warning that is given to them. So it's shut down for 1 week. Next week, Monday, open shop. He's given a directive. That's why he's the, he's the secretary of some states.
So how do you have an idea of how the trading system works in Onitsha? I do, because my father has like a very big, like a whole town of spare part dealership in Onitsha. Should I explain
don't
to you?
Lose money.
Now, if I have to stay at home
on
a Monday for my business, that is my business. The government only care about the levies that they will collect from these shops every day. I don't know if you understand.
So who maintains the road?
What road? Have you been to Onitsha main market?
But even like that, who makes who
the infrastructure? That's what I'm saying. Now, you see that you're cheating yourself on the phone. If there was security in the first place, I'm not going to be scared about the seat at home.
But why did they sit down in the first place? Not because
because they were killing these traders that didn't enforce it.
Right.
They were killing them, and they are scared for their lives. So he doesn't have a right, because first of all, you didn't give me capital to start my business. I am still paying for my shop. I am still paying you taxes. So I will decide if I want to open my store or not.
Well,
so the only way it can make this work is, like I mentioned in the morning, the police and the armed men that he brought along with him to actually give the executive order. If those armed men can actually stay with those people on Mondays, secure Onitsha main market with the traders, start with them and close with them, then we know that, okay, you are serious.
But you know, at the beginning, at the beginning, the idea around sit at home wasn't necessarily because there was insecurity. It was based on the fact that they wanted them to release Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, that's they now turned it to having to like kill.
That is my point now. So their focus now has now changed.
It has changed a long time ago.
I think people should do their businesses and not hold the state to ransom.
At the expense of my life?
No one has the right to.
In my house.
No one has the right to hold the state to ransom. If the chief security officer of the state says
he should give the executive order to the IPOB people, the IPOB followers, who actually put the executive order that nobody should actually come to the shop.
They don't have the right to put an executive order. They're not a registered and a put an on quote.
After killing they're not registered, but then there are people who can actually give, just like when, I don't know if you knew about the 10 million gang, if I'm correct, or 1 million boys that during the lockdown.
States,
they don't have any
no, it's just propaganda, by the way, to put fear in people.
Oh my goodness, it wasn't propaganda.
They're actually 1 million.
It was
seriously.
Because different places. What I'm trying to say is, when they actually say, "Oh, we are coming here," people are scared.
The most of probably 20s or 30s. So in your mind of mind, since they have numbers, it was just instill fear.
Well, I just mean a politician right now. All right, let's move to the third conversation. And the third conversation is a historic breakthrough in advanced medical care recorded in Nigeria, with the successful performance of West Africa's first robotic gynecological surgery.
There we go.
Now, this feat places the country firmly on the map of high precision, signaling a transformative moment for women's healthcare in the sub-region. And the landmark procedure was carried out on Sunday at the Post-Strait Clinic, Lagos, by a multidisciplinary team of Nigerian-based and international specialists. Medical experts described the achievement as both a clinical triumph and a strategic leap that extends cutting-edge surgery or surgical innovation beyond its earlier focus on male urological condition to address the long-neglected complexities of women's reproductive health. This is actually a very good one. But let's look at how Nigerians reacted to this. And the first reaction from Dean of Shomolu, and he said, wow, this is amazing news. The Lagos Post-Strait Clinic achievement with the first robotic surgery is groundbreaking. This type of surgery can be less invasive and may lead to quicker recovery times for patients. It's great to see such advancement in healthcare right here in my dear home country. Congratulations to the team and best wishes to the women during our recovery.
100%.
Yeah, and of course, Kale Jaye, and he said, this is a step in the right direction. There is a dire need for improvement in Nigeria's health system. It needs funding and constant capital for innovation and research. Health should be prioritized. And finally, from Awazi Odi, and he said, commendable. Healthcare practitioners should be protected and be encouraged in our country. And that sums it up. All right, what do you think about this?
I mean, to be true, I mean, we're reporting it the way it was presented, and which makes a lot of sense. Those back home, first and foremost, want to get full highlights, and we're giving them full highlights already. Now, this is the major question now. Moving forward, can we see a proper PPP where other partners and other people in the same health sector can decide to say, let us come together to make this breakthrough a success and be sustainable? Can we get international, form of partnership also that will be able to bankroll things moving forward? And
don't you think you should actually congratulate them first? Let us
I'm coming
this first value.
So because already the congratulatory messages will keep on pouring.
Yeah.
And of course, like I said,
this is actually first of its kind.
Yes. I'm glad that we can see this as a debut. Right? Meaning to say that we are actually moving from 5 steps backward and 2 steps forward. It's now the reverse of 5 steps forward, 2 steps back, which is good, which means we are moving forward. Great stuff. However, that is not sufficient. We congratulate that move. We see that in the health sector, having seen what is going on from strike here, strike there, inefficiency there, people dying, mortality rates very high based on inefficiency, based on negligence, based on a lot of other incompetency within the health sector. A lot of lives have been lost. Right? It has never happened to you before, you won't understand, but it has happened to you, you will share what I'm talking about. Right? So seeing this now gives us that breath of fresh air, which is good. However, can we not sit on our hands? Can we begin to say, how can we make it better? This is in no way me trying to be objective, to look for a negative. There's no negative part here. This is 100% positive. We're celebrating it. We are happy. But this is hot and hot. Can we jump on it more? Can we say, what do you need, this hospital, this woman, this doctor, whoever it is that is around this story? What do you need? How can we help? International bodies come in. Talk to some other key people. Already, make no mistake, the fact that this is a breakthrough for us doesn't necessarily mean that it's a big smile on the face of some certain people in the Western world, because they want health tourism to continue. In fact, this might come as a shocker, but it's the fact. For whenever we experience a breakdown in any of our institutions, any of our home-based issues, it is a big win for those outside this country, because they want you to fly to their country for health, checks. That way you pay money, visas will get their money, embassy will collect money for visa. A lot of stuff will happen. You will have to change money from naira to dollar. Thereby, even whether or not you like it, you're even adding to the economic issue that we have, right? You are strengthening the dollar and weakening the naira even more. So economically, right, it is favoring them more than it is favoring us. So when there's a breakthrough like this, what this means is that some other countries that might not have such or already have it, right? To them, it is an economic cut off because they'll be losing market from Nigeria. You think they're happy that you are well? No. They want you to be sick so that we can fly abroad and go and spend money. But now with this now, you don't have to fly abroad. If for any reason you fall sick, we have treatment on this angle. However, it's not sufficient. What do we need moving forward? Government, how can you help? Genuinely help. Right? First and foremost, let's stop at the salaries of the backlog first. Let's end that one first. Then move on to this one that we're celebrating. And not just celebrating, but keep celebrating it with the idea of sustainability. 3 things we need. 1, proper financing. 2, proper partnership. 3, more importantly, duplicate and multiply experience. Get people to and learn from it. So that way, we don't have to spend money. After training our young doctors, fly them abroad, and they tell you're coming back, they're not coming back. Brain drain, they will come all over again. No one wants that. So, moving forward, I think it's a great thing for us. Great thing to celebrate.
Actually a very positive one. with the fact that I know that there are actually many surgical procedures for urological, that's the men, as against for the women. And this is, I'm talking from experience. There are actually many. So I think this is why this is actually very celebrated, because now that we have like a robotic gynecological surgery for women, which was actually very successful. It's actually like a very, good and positive one. And with everything going on with the healthcare sector, we having this actually a breath of relief. I think we should actually just leave them, let them breathe a little before we actually bombard them with, the other problems
if I had the money
that
in the
are actually
world,
around.
if I had the money in the world, I'll just give them a call and say, how much you need to make sure this, is not sabotaged. This doesn't go down.
I don't think it will be sabotaged. Like I said, when it comes to urology, that's for the men. I don't know if you understand, but that's for the men. It's there. It's something that a man can feel a certain kind of way, and is very sure that an oncologist can actually sort it out. But for women, there's this, you have to manage it. So
when there's no money though.
Not money. No. Even with the money, they only give you procedure to manage it. Like PCOS, for instance, there's no cure to it. You have to manage it. But a man who actually has like low sperm count, there's actually a treatment plan for it. But for the women, there's no like, you have to manage it, and other things that has to do with the reproductive system of a woman. So that is why this is actually loudly
all those pastors say they can heal things. Where are they? They should come. Talking about pastors. They should come and talk on this our show.
So big one for the health sector. And just this morning, we're talking about the fact that we have only 55,000 doctors as against the over 66,000 doctors from last year, which when it was 66,000, they were not enough to actually, treat and go around the nation. But now they've got down to 55,000. We were still like sulking on that as to why the health sector is still not getting it right. But news like this takes us away from, negative stories like that. So good one to the Lagos Prostrate Hospital for actually doing this. It's not easy. I say doctors are actually God placed on earth. I worship doctors so much because only them can do what God can do, because they were actually placed here by God, because he can come down by himself. So
you guys have heard it now. So if you fall sick, don't rush to the mosque or church.
Please go to the hospital first. Definitely.
I've said it now.
Yes, thank you so much, Vali. Today's edition of Social Listening was really but
it doesn't mean that you should play with your faith though.
I don't have a business with anybody's faith.
Worship.
I still encourage that if you feel a certain kind of way,
go to hospital
first. Go to the hospital first. Then you can now go to your pastor
and give thanksgiving
after going to the hospital.
Very important. And don't forget, if you have to fall, please fall forward and move forward.
So if you have to fall, stumble,
move
forward. Stumble forward.
I'm sure by now they understand what we mean.
Of course they understand. Everybody understands the nuggets that you give to us.
Thanks to Turkey.
All right. Those are the stories the Nigerians are talking about today. And thank you for watching the social listening segment. Thank you for being with us from 8 a.m. up until 11 a.m. as we've come to the end of the breakfast show. I remain your host, Deborah Eze.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
All right. Till tomorrow. Do good and have a good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
from that story, adding to cost pressures, Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has announced an upward adjustment in the ex-gantry price of premium malt spirit, reflecting a positive or post-festive realignment of fuel prices. The refinery increased the ex-gantry price of petrol from 699 naira to 799 naira per litre, while its partner retail outlet, MRS, will sell the product at 839 naira per litre nationwide. In a statement, the company explained that it had implemented a temporary price support initiative during the festive period to ease the impact of increased household spending, absorbing significant costs in the national interest. With the festive season concluded, the refinery said prices have been modestly adjusted to sustainable levels to ensure long-term market stability and affordability, while reaffirming its commitment to uninterrupted nationwide supply. Chief Executive Officer David Bird noted that the refinery supplies about 50 million litres of petrol daily, adding that its flexible processing capabilities support stable domestic supply and shield Nigeria from import-related volatility. And JMG Limited, one of Nigeria's leading power generation companies, has highlighted the economic and operational benefits of deploying clean energy, including cost reduction, community empowerment, and enhanced competitiveness. Speaking at International Clean Energy Day in Lagos, Raymond Wose, product manager for hybrid power systems, emphasized that the global shift towards sustainability makes the transition to clean energy an economic imperative. Chief Commercial Officer Rabia Jamal showcased JMG's successful projects, including solar hybrid systems at NIPCO fuel stations, the State House in Oka, and energy solution for RAC Center, demonstrating that renewable energy is both practical and commercially viable. Jamal noted that this deployment have significantly cut carbon emissions and saved clients millions of naira in diesel costs, while ensuring reliable power for critical infrastructure. He reaffirmed DMJ's commitment to expanding solar and hybrid energy through technology, partnership, and investment in human capital, driving Nigeria's sustainable energy transition and creating resilient power solution for the future. And Nigeria has raised 501 billion naira in its first bond issuance dedicated to clearing long-standing power sector debt, achieving full subscription as the Tinubu administration advances electricity market reforms. The inaugural tranche of the President's Power Sector Debt Reduction Program attracted pension funds, banks, and asset managers, comprising 300 billion naira from capital markets and 201 billion naira allocated to generation companies. The program targets debt owed to 14 power plants operated by 5 generation companies for electricity supplied between February 2015 and March 2025, with total settlements valued at 827.16 billion naira. Proceeds from the first tranche will fund about 50% of verified obligations through a mix of cash and bonds, restoring confidence and enabling renewed capital investment across affected power assets. Officials say the initiative marks a critical step towards stabilizing Nigeria's electricity sector, improving liquidity, strengthening generation capacity, and supporting broader economic growth through sustained power supply reforms. And also, Nigeria's national electricity grid collapsed again on Tuesday morning, triggering a nationwide blackout and marking the second system failure in 2026, heightened concerns over grid reliability and business costs. Checks of the national distribution load profile showed all distribution companies recorded zero load by mid-morning, leaving households and commercial centers without power nationwide. The recurring collapse highlights persistent structural weaknesses in the power sector, including aging infrastructure and inadequate generation, which continue to disrupt economic activity. Power analysts warn that unreliable electricity severely undermines business operations, forcing firms to rely on cost alternative energy sources that erode productivity, profitability, and competitiveness. Industry stakeholders also caution that the exit of major industrial users from the grid threaten system sustainability, stressing the need for policies that retain commercial and industrial customers to stabilize demand and restore confidence in Nigeria's electricity market. And now shifting to fiscal reforms, the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee, NTPIC, has sustained its stakeholder engagement effort with a high-level consultative session involving leading tax advisory firms, professional bodies, and institutional representatives to support the implementation of Nigeria's new tax laws. The meeting brought together national presidents of professional institutions and senior tax partners to discuss implementation, priorities, operational alignment, and sector-wide readiness. Chairman of the committee, Joseph Tegbe, stressed that the success of the reforms would rely more on effective change management, clear communication, and public trust than on policy design alone. He reaffirmed the committee's commitment to working with subnational governments through the Joint Revenue Board to harmonize interpretation and strengthen capacity across federal and state tax administration. Participants described the reforms as timely and structural, calling for consistent interpretation, clear guidelines, and coordinated public education to ensure fairness, compliance, and long-term fiscal sustainability. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll bring you more updates from the business world. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're watching the Business News Hour. And the program of PA and its with Nigeria. Come back to our and target of $5 billion US trade value between the two nations. Joint press briefing with President Bola Tinubu in Ankara. I like military training, strengthening strategic cooperation. President Tinubu's efforts to attract investment, the joint economy, Turkish investment engagement in Nigeria. Erdogan emphasized opportunities for defense and intelligence collaboration, thanks to his experience in counter-terrorism in Nigeria and the Sahel region. Tinubu committed to keys in mental peace, stability, and inclusive economic growth. And moving on, the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation (NDIC), the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) agreed to strengthen collaboration to enhance investigation of offences, contributing to bank failures, improving asset and debt recovery. The agreements followed a court visit by NDIC management, director, EFCC chairman, Sunday emphasized that effective cooperation is critical for successful litigation, particularly in asset tracing, recovery, and enforcement, noting that asset stripping and concealment often undermines EFCC chairman highlighting dedicated investigation both institutions pledged to partnership to combat bank fraud, protect visitors' funds, and safeguard in Ceylon, the National Industrial Court of Nigeria has ordered Federal Capital Territory Administration FCTA workers to suspend their ongoing strike despite union protest. Justice Emmanuel Slim granted an interlocutory injunction following a suit by Executive Minister Action Committee JUAC leadership. The courts ruled that while the dispute is a trade dispute, the right to strike is not absolute. Once a case is the injunction restrains JUAC and its members from industrial action, getting determination of the suit. The matter is adjourned to March 2026 for the hearing of the update with JUAC and affiliated unions maintain stance. And the Secretary General of the Modernization, Ian Saunders, has loudly countered this timely study TRS as a practical evidence capable of enhancing efficiency, trade competitiveness, and national security. Speaking during the TRS report's presentation at Tinkan Island Port, Saunders noted that the study provides Nigeria's specific insights into broader clearance processes and highlights areas for targeted improvement. Implemented with support from the WCO Accelerate Trade Facilitation Program, the TRS translates policy objectives into measurable operational outcomes, offering opportunity to strengthen both the economy and national security. Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoanite, described the TRS as a strategic instrument for improving trade efficiency, reducing transaction costs, and promoting transparency across Nigeria's ports and borders, while supporting evidence-based decision making. And away from that story, the World Bank has opened a $250 million window for Nigerian firms and local companies to explore opportunities across World Bank finance worldwide. Speaking at a procurement seminar in Lagos, Vice President of Operations, Policy and Country Services, Galina Andronova Visel Lete, highlighted that over the past 5 years, Nigerian suppliers have secured more than 6,800 contracts valued at $2.5 billion, primarily in civil works such as roads, bridges, hospitals, and schools. She noted that opportunities extend beyond Nigeria, with over 9,000 contracts valued at nearly $45 billion awarded across Africa during the same period. IFC Director of Central Africa and Nigeria, Dahila Khalifa, reaffirmed the IFC's long-term commitment to Nigeria, emphasizing private sector-led growth and job creation. And finally, West Africa's economy is projected to grow 4.4% in 2026, slightly below the 4.6% recorded in 2025. Prices, pressure the United Nations UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa. By greater macroeconomic stability, investment, and consumer spending. Central Africa is expected to grow at 3.0%. East Africa leads with 5.8%, driven by regional integration and renewable energy expansion. North and Southern Africa are projected at 4.1 and 2.0% respectively, constrained by structural challenges and external shocks. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres cautioned that global uncertainty to challenging we've come to the end of the Business News Hour with Deborah Eze.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, And if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hello viewers and welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we take a peek into the unfiltered lives of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who run businesses in Nigeria while educating their peers on how businesses are built and run through their unique stories from different sectors. I am your host, Norma Obona, and our guest today is the creative genius, Tokes. Tokes Arotere is a British-Nigerian entrepreneur, designer, and TEDx speaker. She founded the Baby Cot Shop, a leading luxury nursery brand with a Chelsea boutique and a concession in Harrods and the Rivalry, which furnishes prime properties with timeless made-to-order pieces. Her portfolio spans bespoke cots, upholstery, wallpapers, and full interior design crafted for royalty, celebrities, and ultra-high net worth families who value quiet luxury and lasting quality. Recent highlights include exhibiting at Lux Afrique in Lagos and joining its panel to discuss craftsmanship and design for global clients. Beyond design, Tokes writes and hosts podcasts on entrepreneurship, mindset, and faith. She is engaged by private family offices, concierges, and developers seeking discretion, taste, and reliable delivery from concept to installation. Welcome to the show, Tokes.
Thank you so much.
I'm so excited to have you today.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Welcome. I would like us to jump right into this conversation because I feel like it's very much needed. But first of all, we want to lay a little bit of like foundation before we start going to the hard questions. So I would like to know, where did you first feel the spark that led you to start your business?
Great question. I always say I started business by accident. I used to work with a pharmaceutical company, and I got married in my second year at uni, dropped out because I fell in love with interiors, started designing my home, and then admitted to myself that I had dropped out because I was spending more time in home stores than I was in my lectures. Then I got a job with a pharmaceutical company, worked there for a few years, and then my babies started to arrive. And after my third son was born, I realized I needed more suitable hours as a mom to young children, but the company I worked for wouldn't, give it to me. But the day I realized that, the day I got the email from them was the same day I was reading a book, and on the exact line of the book where it says, your gift is that thing you do so effortlessly that everybody thinks it's a big deal except you. And for me, that was interior design. So I thought, hey, maybe that's my gift. So I started, I enrolled in a couple of design courses, set up an interior design firm, and that was my first taste of business.
Oh, thank you so much for that. So outside the boardroom and business plans, where do you usually reset? Because one of the things I noticed with you is that you have this very calm aura, and I feel like people like that, I think they bring it into their business. But then business is quite tough. We cannot deny that. So how do you recharge when you're done with the boardrooms, the business plans, meetings? What do you do?
Well, let's start by saying that the calmness on the outside isn't always reflected on the inside.
Okay.
There are times that I'm freaking out on the inside. But what do I do? The main thing I do that gets me centered and calm is journaling. I journal because inside my head are a multitude of thoughts and decisions and fears and uncertainties, and they're all jumbled up together. And so when I get my pen and paper out, what I do is just pour everything on paper, and then suddenly what looks like 100 problems, I can see that many of them are multiple versions of the same thing. So you end up from what you think is 100 problems to 10. And then you go through the 10 and then realize that out of the 10, 6 of them are imaginations. They are assumptions. There is no evidence that it's going to happen. There is no evidence that I should be going in that direction. It's just fears that I have. And then I'm now left with real problems that I can deal with. So that's what I do. I spend a lot of time by myself, especially first thing in the morning. It allows me to see what's happening inside my mind and address it without letting it become the trigger for impulsive actions.
We've even started this conversation and I'm really inspired. So we hear a lot of wins when it comes to businesses. A lot of people, talk about the awards. We talk about the massive invitations to certain exclusive places. Is it always like that with businesses?
Not at all, no. The truth about it is most business owners only share their wins. Many people don't share their challenges. And it's not always because, hey, I want you to think I'm doing so well. I believe that much of it is because we associate failure with shame. And so we're reluctant to share the failures. We're reluctant to share what's not working. I speak very openly on my business journey, how tough it's been. I talk about my mistakes. I talk about my fears. And I do that because when I was at rock bottom after I lost my first business and lost everything I ever owned, I was searching for another story that would encourage and tell me that what I was going through was normal and that I wasn't handpicked for this diabolical experience of losing everything, and I couldn't find any. And I vowed that I did find one, and that was Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. So she told her story, and I vowed that when I get back on my feet, I'm so going to tell my story over and over because I want people to know that the journey is tough, and tough does not mean wrong.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Now, talking about people that inspire us, who is one person in the business world that you would love to have coffee with?
Definitely Sarah Blakely.
Why?
Well, she reminds me of me. And her reminding me of me has given me permission over the years to be me. Because we're all unique. All of us are different. Everyone's got their own ways, right? But then we have this thing called formal education that tells us there is only one way for things to be done. Or it gives us a very narrow corridor within which there are a few options of the routes you should take in life or business. And when you start to realize how different you are and your desire is to walk a completely different path, or your ideas are wild and wacky, it becomes difficult to do that if you don't see that other people actually do it. And that's what Sarah Blakely is. Like, she's got the craziest business stories. When she launched her brand, Spanx, I mean, even just to even get it launched, she finally got it into department stores. And what she would do was call her friends in different states and beg them to go and buy it, and she would send them the money because she wanted to create a buzz. That is wacky, that's crazy. And then she would say to them, go to the store and ask for Spanx, and when they give it to you, don't just say thank you, say, oh my goodness, I've been looking for this everywhere, thank you so much. And that's how this woman builds her business. So I love her to bits. I love the fact that she is open about her journey. I love the fact that she's very non-conventional, because it allows me, people like me, to be non-conventional too.
Okay, I don't know. I feel like I don't want this interview to be very short. Maybe you can spend the whole day with us.
Yeah, we can do that. Like, I can talk about business all day.
Okay, so your business is based mainly in the UK at the moment, and you're branching out to other countries. Coming to Nigeria, there are a lot of fears for people that want to come over here and start their businesses, but you're doing it. So what are some of the things that you feel drew you back to Nigeria?
Well, first of all, I am Nigerian, so I was raised here. My heart has never left Nigeria. When I left to go to the UK, I left in the early 90s, and late 80s, early 90s, there was an exodus, a mass exodus of young Nigerians leaving, because things were tough, things were changing. Like, there was a massive shift in our economy at the time. Universities were constantly on strike, and many of us exited and we left. But when I left, my intention was not to leave to stay there. My intention was to come back. I thought I was going to university because my personal issue wasn't so much as the economy, but mine was I had a lecturer that was hitting on me, and my father said to me, the issue is that this is a common problem in all universities in Nigeria. Even if you changed your school, you will run into the same problem. What do you want to do? And of course, you know, the US and the UK are excellent in PR, and many of us who grew up here in Nigeria always looked at them as big brother, right? Like, we would see them as, you know, the aspiration, the place we all want to go to. Even now, we've got the term Japa syndrome, you know, and everybody thinks that it is some sort of, like, if there's a hierarchy of places, they are right at the top. So when, you know, the opportunity came, my dad said, what do you want to do? I was born in Scotland in the UK. I said, oh, I want to go back. All my friends were moving, and I just thought this would be cool. You know, I could eat eggs and sausages and watch Sesame Street all day long, and, you know, and all of that stuff. The intention wasn't to go and live there. But I get there and eventually get into university, and then I get married. And before I know it, I'm setting roots down there. So my family is still here. My parents and my brothers live here. So I'm here every year, multiple times a year, so I can spend time with family. But more importantly, every time I come here, I realize that there is the absence of a ceiling when I come here. So in the UK where I live, I didn't know, when I moved there, I was there for 5 years before I came back to visit for the first time.
Wow.
Yeah, because back then it wasn't, I mean, you couldn't just jump on a plane, like you had to see and just start coming. It was a big deal, you know. So I was there for 5 years, and when I came the first time, my entire time in the UK, I still am so thankful to God that I grew up in Nigeria, because in Nigeria, we don't grow up as black kids, we grow up as kids. There is no black woman, there's no black man, we're just people, right? So then I go to the UK and I'm being called by the color of my skin, which didn't really bother me. I just thought it was different. But because I had the grounding here, I didn't have a chip on my shoulder or a fear of racism or anything like that. Like I didn't even recognize racism because there was nothing to compare it with. We don't experience it here. But when people were being racist, if they were, I just chalked it down to poor upbringing or rudeness. Like I didn't know what it looked like. I was young as well, you know. So as far as I was concerned, the freedom I had growing up in Nigeria, I also believed I had it in the UK. And that was how I lived my life. I did not think there was any limitation until I get to Murtala Muhammed Airport and I literally felt a ceiling lift from my head. I can't explain it any other way. It felt like the ceiling had been removed and the sky became my limit. And that was the first time I realized that there is an intangible and invisible limitation, and it's all in the mind. And it's not to say that when you get there, it's automatically there, but it means that you've got to work hard to maintain the freedom you have as an African while you're there. Part of it is obviously because it's a different culture. There's only like 6%, if that, black people in the UK. So it's a completely different culture. So coming back home has always been, you know, there has never been any question about it. Obviously now I have a family, I'm married, I have children, and everyone's settled in England. But coming back to Nigeria, it feels very much like freedom. So it's always going to be an attraction for me.
So what would you say to other people who want to make this bold step as well to start their businesses right here in Nigeria?
So if this is for Nigerians or for people outside of Nigeria?
Everyone, but mostly those outside of Nigeria.
Right. So bad news travels fast. We're more likely to hear the negatives than we do the positives, and that's the truth. Yes, of course, you've got to be careful, but that's the same for every country that you go to. There are certain parts of London that, I walk through central London and I'm not holding my phone at all because it can get snatched from me. That is a very real situation that happens on a daily basis. So there are bad areas in every country in the world. But of course, the loudest voices are always going to be the negative voices. So you have to be intentional about the news you're keying into. If you want to come to Nigeria to start a business, it's not to say that it's smooth sailing, but the nature of business is that it's not smooth sailing. Nigeria, there is a different language and a different culture. So if you're coming from abroad, you cannot come here with your Abroadian culture and language and try and force fit it into the Nigerian culture. You've got to learn the ways, you have to learn the limitations, you've got to learn the obstacles and the challenges, and you have to figure out how to navigate it. So there really isn't anything to fear if you really have that desire to be here. And for Nigerians who live here who want to start a business, I can understand the uncertainties, because we really are living in uncertain times. And it's not just Nigeria, it's all over the world. There's a lot of craziness that's going on around the world. So if you are in Nigeria and you're looking to start a business, my advice would be, number one, be introspective. I always start with introspection, because you cannot change what you don't know. Very often we assume that the problems are external, and yes, there are external obstacles and there are external problems, but I believe the greater ones are internal. So if you're going to navigate this uncertain world of business, you have to tune inwards and find out, what is it inside of me that's likely to trip me up? I need to know what that is.
Okay. So I would like us to go back to the beginning of the journey of your business. When was the time when you set up everything, you're doing the work, you're getting your clients? So when was the first time when you sat down and felt, I think I'm really doing this now? When was that?
You know what? That has happened multiple times, and then a crash happens. So I would think, okay, finally things are moving smoothly. Finally things are going smoothly. And then I get some bit of disappointing news, or I get an obstacle. That is just the nature of entrepreneurship. It's not smooth sailing. But I feel like I am there now. And I'm almost hesitant to say so. And it's only because I look back and I think, okay, let's start with the fact hoax that you started your business with $75 and then today you've got a flagship boutique and you're in the most desired and most prestigious department store in the whole world. And the journey from $75 to being in Harrods or being in Chelsea has obviously not been a smooth one, but my memory latches onto the challenges. And I think that's human nature, because we're looking to protect ourselves from danger. We look out for anything that's dangerous, right? And so when I look back on my journey, I realize that I have had many moments where I could say I've definitely elevated or I've definitely moved on to the next level. But I don't store those moments in my mind, and it's not on purpose. It's just being human, that and looking out for danger, and I'm remembering all the things that didn't go well. So I've got to be intentional about that.
Yeah, you have to be. So what is one odd or unexpected habit that you have that our audience is not aware of?
Whoa, an unexpected habit. A good habit or a bad habit?
I'll leave that to you to decide.
I would go with a bad one, and it's the way that I don't always recognize my uniqueness, and I don't always recognize my greatness. And it's this, everybody has got uniqueness and greatness in them, so I'm not saying that I'm greater than anybody else, but I don't always recognize it. And what I end up doing is trying to chisel the parts of me that stick out so that I can blend in and be like everyone else. And yet it is that uniqueness that makes me special.
Very profound. I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot from this conversation, and I hope that our audience and those who are listening to us, of course, at home, are learning a lot from this conversation, this very wonderful conversation. So when things get tough, like you've mentioned, like entrepreneurship is not something that is like, in Nigeria we say eating bread and drinking tea. It's not easy like that. So when things get tough, who is one person that you go to?
Well, my husband. I mean, I have a great support system. My husband he's the first person I vent to. I've got a few wonderful friends, I've got a small group of best friends that I know that I can call them in the middle of the night and talk to them, and they would pick the phone up and they would talk me out of my foolishness. And my friends all play very different roles in my life. So yeah, I do that. And of course I've got my faith. I'm sorry, I know you said one person.
No problem.
I've got my faith in God. I speak to God constantly. I'm in a season now, and I pray that I never revert back to the previous season, but I'm in a season now where I am really listening to God. Like, I'm really listening to everything He tells me, and even the ridiculous and the painful, and I'm trying so hard to work in obedience.
I'm a Christian as well, so I can really relate to what you're saying. Like, there are some times that God takes us on specific assignments and we're just like, I don't know how that's going to make sense, but since you're the one asking me to go, I'm just going to go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so if you were to start again from the beginning, what are 5 things that you would tell yourself with everything you know now and all your experiences?
The first thing I would say, that it's not smooth sailing, and that's okay. I find that for many of us, we have an expectation of, I was on a chat recently and the person said linear. We have an expectation that life is linear, and when it's not linear, we think something is wrong. So we end up getting to obstacles and we give up our goal and we kneel down before the obstacle and begin to hack away at it, and that becomes our goal, that we must level that obstacle. So the first thing I would tell myself would be, life is not linear, business is not linear. The second thing I would say will be, it's going to be okay. There are some words and phrases that have become cliches, and because they're cliches, we don't trust them. But if you consider the fact that it became a cliche, that so many people found it to be true, that they repeated it, it must be true. It must hold some truth. And it's going to be okay. Is one of my friends, Titi, she says that all the time. Everything's going to be okay. She's very blasé about life and everything. And she's always right, you know. So second would be, it's going to be okay. The third would be, create boundary lines around your heart. Not everybody has earned the right to see your soul naked. So you've got to create boundary lines around your heart so that you do not expose the most precious part of you to the wrong people, but also so that the wrong information doesn't filter into the most precious part of you. Where are we now? That's on 3, right?
That's 3.
That's
yes,
3.
yes.
Okay. 4 would be a bit related, but know who your friends are. You know, handpick people, good people, and put them in your life. If you recognize the goodness in a person, if you recognize a personality and a character trait that is trustworthy, in full of integrity, loving, kind, these features, these values that we struggle to find today, hold on to them for dear life. I'm learning that now, even as an employer, where I've been doing a little bit more recruiting than previously, and I'm like, oh, but we do an interview, you're amazing, you're great. I don't even know what you're going to do in the business, but come on in because we want you. You know, I will figure it out later. So make sure you surround yourself with good people. Learn how to recognize them. And the final one will be, pay attention to your soul. You know, pay attention to who you really are on the inside. We all live very busy lives. You know, we all have so much that's clamoring for our attention. But don't allow that to be the noise on the outside to become the noise on the inside. You know, so pay attention to what the child in you, the person inside of you, is saying and what they're craving and what they want. Don't go with the status quo. Don't go with societal expectations or cultural expectations. Just listen to who you really are.
Like I said, I don't want this interview to end. Well, we have come to the final question, which is, at the end of everything, what is one legacy that you want your business to leave?
I want my business to change the lives of people. You know, don't know why we're getting teary.
Oh, sorry.
I really
Sorry.
do. It's fine. I didn't see that coming. I've never ever done this before. Ever cried or tried to come close to crying. But I think what it is being here on this trip. You know, I'm speaking to waitresses.
Sorry. Can we get tissue, anyone?
Ooh, this is blowing my own mind.
Sorry.
It's okay, don't worry. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm
It's
so
okay. Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. I didn't see this coming. But I'm speaking to a lot of young people, and I'm just I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing. Wow.
Sorry.
I'm shocking myself.
Sorry. Sorry.
It's okay. See if I have some tissue. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing. You know, just people who just want to live a good life. You know, they just want to run their businesses. They just want to live. You know, they're not asking for too much. They want to build a small clothing business and sell their goods and not have to pay all their money towards, you know, light. And like you said, that lady whose stuff got demolished, you know, they don't want that. They just want to live a life, you know. And I want my legacy and the legacy of my business to be that it helped people, you know, that it made a difference in the lives of people, and people were blessed because they met me.
That's super proud. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope I haven't ruined your interview.
You haven't. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For coming and honoring this interview. I'm sure that anyone who will listen to you, I don't know for other people, but for me, I have been blessed just sitting down with you.
Oh,
it feels
thank
like
you.
You know when you buy a book and you're reading and trying to like get something. That's exactly how I feel. I know that our audience is going to enjoy this conversation. Anyways, we have to cut it right here. Until next time. This is Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, and our guest today was Tokes, the CEO and Chief Steward at the Baby Cut Shop. Bye.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira appreciates to 1,400 Naira to dollar as US dollar weaken. And CBN okays use of expired NAFDAC licenses for imports till February. National grid collapse traced to Gombe substation, NISO confirms. And court orders forfeited of forfeiture of All-in Invest Jet over unpaid 1.04 billion Naira duty. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The Nigerian Naira continued to gain ground against the US dollar during the midweek trading session. In the official markets, the Naira maintained the appreciation trend since the start of the week. The local currency hit monthly highs in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, where the exchange rate settled at about 1,400 Naira 66 kobo per dollar. The currency had already made significant gains in the previous session, ending at 1,401 Naira 2 kobo per dollar. The prior market, also known as the black market, responds more calmly amid the official foreign exchange market's quick gains. And moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has approved a temporary window allowing importers to use expired National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control licenses for import documentation, extending relief to businesses affected by ongoing system transitions in Nigeria's trade processing framework. In a circular issued on January 26, 2026 by the Trade and Exchange Department and published on its website on Tuesday, the Central Bank of Nigeria said authorized dealers bank may continue processing Form M applications with NAFDAC licenses that lapsed on December 31st, 2025. The circular was signed by Aliyu M. Ashiru as the Director of Trade and Exchange Department, with the approval running for 2 months and will end on February 28, 2026. The Apex Bank said the approval follows a temporary dispensation granted by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, permitting the continued use of the affected licenses strictly for Form M processing during the period. And still on, the Nigerian Independent System Operator has confirmed that Tuesday's national grid collapse was traced to a voltage disturbance at the Gombe transmission substation. The system operator disclosed this in a statement issued on Tuesday, while providing updates on repair and restoration effort. And according to NISO, the incident resulted in a partial system collapse, marking the second grid disturbance recorded in 2026. NISO said electricity supply across the affected areas has since been fully restored following immediate corrective action by its technical teams, stressing that the incident did not amount to a total system collapse, contrary to reports by some media organizations. The agency added that the voltage disturbance quickly propagated across the transmission network, affecting multiple substations. And coming up, court orders for feature of all-in investors over unpaid 1.04 billion naira duty. This and more after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the forfeiture of a Bombardier BD700 Global 6000 private jets to the federal government of Nigeria. The aircraft, operated by Olean Invest Africa Limited, was seized over the non-payment of 1.04 billion naira in customs duty since its importation in 2015. The ruling followed a suit filed by the Nigerian Customs Service after an audit of private aircraft operating in Nigerian airspace uncovered widespread violations of importation and duty compliance rules. According to reports, Justice Omotosho, who delivered the judgment, ruled that Olean Invest Africa Limited and other respondents failed to justify why the aircraft should not be forfeited to the federal government. And the court found that the jets imported into Nigeria on October 26, 2015 as a non-commercial private aircraft entered the country without payment of customs duty or a temporary import permit. Away from that story, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of the Republic of Turkey, on Tuesday in Ankara, reaffirmed his country's commitment to work with Nigeria to end terrorism, as the country also targets $5 billion trade volume with Nigeria. As part of the strategic cooperation, both countries had signed agreements in 9 areas, including military training to end terrorism. Bayo Onanuga, the presidential spokesman, in a statement, said the Turkish president reviewed this at a joint press briefing with President Bola Tinubu in the course of the state visit of the Nigerian president to Turkey. Onanuga said the establishment of the Joint Economy and Trade Committee between the two countries will create opportunities for an expansion and support for Turkish investment in Nigeria in order to meet the target. Erdogan praised the commitment, will, and determination of President Tinubu in attracting investment to the country, describing the presence of several ministers and high-ranking officials as the clearest indication of this determination. And still on, Africa's richest man has appointed MTN Group Limited Chief Executive Officer Ralph Mutipa to the board of its fertilizer business as it prepares to expand and list the operation in Nigeria. According to reports, Dangote Fertilizer Limited Managing Director Vishwajit Sinha confirmed Mutipa's appointment in an email response to questions. The high-profile hire to Aliko Dangote's stable comes as Dangote Fertilizer plans an initial public offering on the Nigerian Stock Exchange this year. Mutipa spearheaded the listing of MTN's units in the West African nation in 2019, a business whose revenue has more than quadrupled since, with a market value of $8.6 billion. Mutipa had also headed Africa's largest wireless carrier for more than 5 years after joining the group in 2017 as Chief Financial Officer. And to end the local news, the federal government is taking steps towards resolving Nigeria's estimated 4 trillion naira power sector debt burden as 5 power generation companies signed settlement agreements under the Presidential Power Sector Debt Reduction Program following the issuance of 501 billion naira bond. The bond, which reportedly recorded 100% subscription, was issued in Lagos on Tuesday, attracting interest from pension funds, banks, asset managers, and other institutional investors, signaling renewed confidence in the government's electricity market reforms and its approach to resolving legacy sector challenges. The program, driven by President Bola Tinubu, is designed to address payment arrears owed to power generation companies for electricity supplied over the past decade. According to reports, the legacy debt had constrained liquidity, weakened balance sheets, and discouraged investments across the Nigerian electricity supply industry. And speaking at the signing ceremony, the managing director of the Nigeria Bulk Electricity Trading PLC, Johnson Akinowo, described the program as a historic and defining moment for the Nigeria's power sector. And coming up, Africa's startup merger and acquisitions jumped 72% in 2025. This and more after this break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news at 12. And still on the news, merger and acquisition activity in African startups surged in 2025 with 67 deals recorded, representing a 72% increase from the 39 deals seen in 2024, the highest annual total ever. According to reports, African startups raised $3.4 billion in 2025, bringing total funding over 7 years to $20.16 billion. Lexi Novitsky, partner at Noskin 22, said most mergers and acquisitions in 2025 were strategic, driven by companies acquiring startups to expand geographically or enhance product and technology capabilities. I beg your pardon. Now, fintech led the M&A wave, accounting for 31 deals, or nearly 46% of total activity. Companies like MoneyPoint, Stitch, and Rank executed multiple acquisitions to strengthen banking licenses and expand infrastructure. Reports revealed that the total deal count in 2025 was 67, reflecting the highest annual activity in the continent tech ecosystem to date. Credit rating agency Moody's on Tuesday upgraded Kenya's long-term foreign currency sovereign credit rating to B3 from CAA1, saying the country's near-term risk of default has eased. The agency revealed that Kenya's external liquidity position has improved, supported by higher foreign exchange reserves, a narrower currency account deficit, and a more stable shilling. Kenya economy, the largest in East Africa, has recorded improved growth in the third quarter of 2025, driven by a rebound in the construction industry and a faster than expected expansion in agriculture. The country's rising international reserves up to $12.2 billion at the end of 2025, equivalent to 5.3 months of import coverage, strengthened its ability to absorb shocks. Kenya, which is laden with high public debt and repayment, has been reportedly seeking new sources of financing to create room for development spending and investment in infrastructure. And on the foreign scene, United Parcel Service, one of the largest shipping and logistics companies in the United States, has announced plans to close 30,000 jobs and close 24 facilities in the first half of 2026. The announcement was revealed by UPS Chief Financial Officer Brian Dykes during the company's earnings call on January 27. Dykes attributed the planned cut to weaker fourth quarter performance, in part by falling package volume from Amazon, the impact of the UPS flight 2976 crash in Louisville on November 4th, 2025. And according to Dykes, UPS has been actively reducing its reliance on Amazon, targeting a 50% reduction in the volume of packages from the retailer by the second half of 2026. And also, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has condemned terrorism, a Russian drone attack on a crowded passenger train, and local officials say killed at least 5 people and injured several others. More than 200 people were on the train, officials said, when one of the carriages was hit by a drone and 2 other drones exploded nearby in Ukraine's northeastern Kyiv region on Tuesday. Zelensky said 18 people were in the carriage at the time, and there was no military justification in targeting civilians. Russia has not commented on the strike, intensified drone and missile attacks on Ukraine energy and transport infrastructure during the harshest winter in years. An energy official said a local facility had suffered enormous damage overnight into Tuesday, while Odessa City Chief Sahil Isak confirmed attacks had continued for the second night into Wednesday. I will bring you the sport news after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every month.
Welcome back. We now head to sports, where England striker Tammy Abraham had completed an £18.25 million return to Aston Villa for Mosquitoes. The 28-year-old has signed a 4.5-year deal on the Premier League title challengers and moves back to England for the first time since joining Roma in 2021. Abraham was from Roma as the Turkish club activated their buy option on Monday for £11 million. As Villa is expected to pay the fee of €21 million to them. Villa boss Unai Emery had been reportedly looking for a striker to support Oli Watkins and has a long-standing interest in Abraham, who had a long spell at the club in 2018 and 2019, covering the club earned promotion from the Championship with 26 goals in 14 games. As for the news, Egypt underlined their dominance at the 2025 African Men's and Women's Championship with a crushing 48-22 victory over Nigeria at the BK Arena in Kigali on Tuesday, a result that eliminated the Green Arrows from semi-final contention and ended their hopes of immediate qualification for the 2027 World Championship. The defending champions were in control from the opening exchanges, racing into a commanding 24-10 lead by half-time before marking that tally in the second period to complete a comprehensive win. Nigeria, who needed a positive result to progress and stop to a main Group 1, were unable to cope with Egypt's pace, efficiency, and clinical finishing across the board. Egypt's superiority was reflected clearly in the numbers, as they recorded an overall shooting efficiency of 76%, compared with Nigeria 43%, while the dominance range proved decisive, combating 70% of their meter attempt against Nigeria's 57%. This is where we wrap up the Business Day TV Midday Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news
market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
These bad guys make it hurt.
Knock knock, who's there? One who?
1 million with the sec cow.
It's 2026 and I thought to myself, as a professional foodie, what better way to start market pulse than to go into the food market industry? I mean, December just ended, the oblate season just ended, so let's actually find out the prices of items now in January. Come along with us. On this episode of Market Pulse, we decided to make our stop at Idumota Food Market, one of the oldest and one of the largest markets located in the heart of Lagos Island.
I've been in this for over, let me say, lesser than 30 years.
And she don't tell, maybe 15 years or 17 years.
A year plus. I'm past 40 years in this business.
Let's say about 10 years now.
This is Market Pulse. We came for the food industry's pulse and left with 2 full plates.
This very complex that you are in now. I used to cook for someone that was upstairs, but now she and the family, they have relocated to Canada. That is why people that selling here allow me to be here, because the caretaker was like, it's not allowed. So they pleaded with the man that I was one that used to cook for them before the owner of the shop closed and they relocate. They should please allow me to stay here. So since then I've been managing. It's not that I cannot cook, I can cook. But the only thing is that some people, they like my food. People like my food. But when they buy to collect the money, that's the problem I'm having. They buy it very well. I sell my food. But to collect money, to meet up to the next day, that's a problem. You know, as a business woman, it's not good for me to finish cooking. After I sold the food, I cannot see capital. I cannot see gain. So it's affecting me seriously. And as I'm here now selling, because rain is beating me here, sun is beating me. Some of them say they don't compensate me, they don't care. They will after even that during that heavy rainfall, they will know that this rain is beat me. I'll be crossing, putting my leg inside all this dirty water. At the end of the day, they will not pity me. They will not still owe me money. It's people that are from outside that used to come and buy AC here or compressor. They will compensate me that this woman you are trying, it's not easy. Take your money. Sometimes they will give me over, say our auntie or brother, he gave me over money. They say no problem, you can use that one to do something.
This is what my mother is doing for a living. The guinea fowl is not on a stable price due to the constancies of bringing it. It's something coming from north. So you know, when this issue of Boko Haram comes up, all the northerns have been destroyed. So that is how guinea fowl started scarcing. Alhamdulillah, we are thanking God on it. It's going gradually. At least we feed our home from it. Formerly, at least in a day, I do sell like up to 50. But now, we hardly sell 20-15. They can help us during the fuel issue. If the fuel is down, at least let our own Nigeria currency to be appreciated. Then our business will be pulled up.
They sell fish. It's ejakika panla fish. Then they buy fresh one, then they dry them, bring come market, they sell them. Then they bring and come jara. Then market you. They say na market then cost, then they put money small. Every food then good for Indomie, spaghetti, concussion, and the okra, ogbono soup. Then they buy am very well.
Ororo and rice. We sell groundnut oil in December. Some are 6,000, while some are 4,500.
When we are selling on December, it's too expensive. But this now, it never come down. We still dey manage am small small. Make government help us. Any power we can take first. Because of our meat, it's too much expensive. I know people know dey buy as we dey buy. From people come to buy everywhere with our customer side, somewhere dem come. But when we are enter January now, dry season is coming. Never see anybody to come. But we take am small small. There is no time of the market meat. But if the say market pick up now, meat go pick up, everything go pick up. But the cost me too much.
It's some weeks after the festive season. What does the food market say? Have the prices reduced or do they remain constant? And more importantly, why the increase? Because of Christmas and New Year celebrations. People may buy some foodstuff to their house. And some are giving out goods to people to celebrate Christmas in their house. That is why we have to add money. To answer your heart's desires, follow us on this journey as we keep you updated on the current prices of some of the perishable items.
The time of this December, it cost, but now it don't come down. 16,000 for basket, but now it don't come down, like 12,000, 14. Basket of pepper now, small one, 4, 5. Towards December was 12,000. As of now, we give 12, 11. By then was 9,000, 10,000.
Then they buy 49, 48, 50,000. Now the money when they buy now 50,000, 52,000, 54. December 48, 47. Now so then they sell them. 2 years ago, they buy 30,000, 32,000. 2 years ago, but now they buy 48, 50, and they sell them 2,500, 2,000, 15, 1,000.
During December, we sell rice of 80,000 per bag, 75, 76. During December, one semo per one is 16. Now we still 16, but let's say maybe next week the price is going to reduce. When we're doing Christmas, sell sugar per bag 16,000, but now the price have come down 15,500. Spaghetti during December per bag is 19,500, but now it's already 19,000. The Indomie is still the same price, 9,500. It does not reduce. Macaroni per carton 19,500 also, but now it has reduced to 19.
They are selling it before like 50. They buy one big of cow shaki. They buy 35, 45 before. Nowadays, they buy one of cow 90,000, 120, 100. As they said before, we no sell am like that before again, because they take as before they said this one 2,015 naira, but now we are selling it 3,000, 5,000, 4,000. That's why the price wey we buy, we see our market, the money from there. If one buy each of this one is 3,000 now. Small meat now we buy 5,000. 3,000 small meat. Full cow now she don be 800,000, 8 million pass 1 million with the sell cow. As Tinubu dey enter, it's too much. Too cost too much. Too much. Before we are buying cow of milk 700, 500 for cow, and we are still selling it better. But now it's too much. No be small money we dey take buy cow.
I started this business with 25,000. I will not tell her it has been helping me, because it's from here my children feed. It's from here I also feed. It's from here we buy washing soap, buying water, because the compound I live, they don't have water. They buy water every 2 days from the mala. So I know how much I spend in a month. From here now, I avoid at least wears for my children in underwear. I use it to buy the pad for my daughter. If they need bedroom slippers, I solve it. They need soap for washing clothes, bathing, I use it to solve them. Prepared when it's reached my turn to recharge, because me and one person is sharing, I use it to solve the problem. Now everything is very, very expensive. Even why I'm still selling now, because I don't have shop. I didn't be a have shop. A plate of food now be some are selling because of the environment to 2.5. But all the people that live in this Victoria land, when some of them, when they come and used to tell me that this place is cheap, but over there is 5,000. So my neighbor used to tell them that if I should place it 5,000, who is going to buy? Even some people themselves, they cannot avoid the 1,000. Sometimes the woman will sell the food so that will not carry it to go home. At the end of the day, she will not even collect the money. Let's say if someone that want to start this business now, let's say the person can hold 100,000 naira. Because if you should go to market now, carry this backo bag, you tell somebody it's 100,000 market, they will not believe you. Because meat, everything is that very, very expensive. And now we are filling gas now. Some are filling 2,000 per kg, some are filling 1,008. Before it was like 350, something like that, or 500. But now it's a rent of 2,018. So from there now, that's why even I'm even adding something. Like if they say, okay, they cannot buy 1, 2, okay, I will say, okay, come. I know how to measure it. I will say for them for 1,000. But if those business people that used to come and say 1.5, they don't mind, they'll buy it. Even leave the change for me. That is it. And the environment matters a lot. It's not a matter of you're having shop. If you rent shop, are they coming to buy that food? How are you going to be able to pay the shop rent? That is what matters. Even I thank God for my own, because at the end of the day, I say finish. Despite that, I don't see the cash immediately. But some people that have the shop, they used to tell me that when they could finish, they will now frozen it for the following day so they can warm it. At the end of the day, they'll be looking for money to pay for shop rent. I don't buy that kind of idea.
In a shocking twist, some sellers are not affected by the economy.
Low, but it's affecting some people, but me, it's not affecting.
Who would imagine? The reduction in prices is not so noticeable, but according to reports, there will be a gradual reduction. The food market industry is definitely one of the hotspots to observe, with fluctuating prices and seemingly promising reduction.
My darling sister, you not reduce anything. Okay, if you reduce, what about gas? Okay, let's say garina have reduced small. But what about meat in the market? What about fish? What about crayfish? Palm oil? It's only Gary that I can know that they have removed something, but not too much. But to go for meat, those ones that are very, very high. They're expensive. Fish is not go area. I'm telling you, those that doing cooking business, fish are very, very expensive. Because if someone like me should start cooking fish in this environment, they will not buy it because they cannot avoid the money. Where it will be easy for those that have a shop, or these big shop, they have no their name. But if you talk of all this local place, they cannot be able to avoid it. Because I could remember one day, this boy came from Ibadan or something like that. He was like, he's waiting for me to come and save food for me. I said, okay, I'm coming. Before night, he was like, I want to buy about 200 naira. I said, sorry, is it with soup? I said, no, you cannot get it like that. You know that kind of a thing. I used to do this ajo, at least every day 500 naira. But by the time it will close to the month for me to collect it, it may happen, my phone will ring. My neighbor will be like, it's your turn to recharge prepaid though. You know that I have no choice. I will divide it, recharge, prepaid. Other things will come up. Because sometimes it's not all the time my children will be eating swallow because I'm selling swallow. They will tell me that, mommy, we are not eating swallow today. Let us switch to something else. I have no choice. I will give it to them. They will buy it. And you notice are very, very high this time around. Like if you children want to have breakfast, two of them at least 3,500 or 3,000 just to manage it all. But if they want to eat to their satisfaction, 5,000 will be spent. But I don't allow them to eat like that because I know how I'm getting the income. When somebody have responsibility, I don't mean the responsibility of house rent or school fees, but when you have children that you are feeding, you know that you are spending. You have children, like they say, I want to barb my hair, I want to make my hair, I want to buy slippers. You cannot count it, and you cannot be recording it so that you now affect the brain. Do you understand? They will go to church, from here transportation, offering money, from here tithes, offering money. You know, that kind of a thing. If you start joining this thing down, my dear, someone will be having mental problem, but that will not be my portion.
And that is it on this episode of Market Pulse, where we explore the food industry. I am Amanda Emosigbe for Business Day Television, and remember, I went through the depths to get you prices from the food industry.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome to Reflections Nigeria, where we reflect on the current issues in our country, be they political, economic, and or social.
Today we'll be looking at what is going on in Kano State. And as usual, in the studio, I have with me the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomwo, and of course the assistant editor here in Business Day, Mr. Chuka Uroko. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you very much for having us.
Without much ado, Kano is the next place now. Kano is hot after Delta State, Akwa Ibom State, Rivers State, Plateau State, and quite a number of Taraba and Bayelsa State. The next now is Kano State. Finally, the governor of Kano State, Governor Abba Yusuf, has defected to the APC, and people are asking question: what is the bait, Mr. Zebulon Agomwo? What is Tinubu and the APC using as a bait to drag these people, or attract these people into APC?
Yeah, thank you, George, for this topical topic and the discussion point that you want to examine this afternoon. But asking me what is the best is a little bit because I'm not a member of the APC and I'm not in the decision-making machinery of the party. What we are doing here is just to hazard the possible reasons why the governors are running. The governors are all on the run
to the APC.
And going by what we know in this country, and as we march towards the next general election bill for next year, we cannot and we shouldn't look very far away before we find the reason why they're on the run to the ruling party, which cannot be far from the fear of unknown, fear of being defeated in their re-election bid, and especially in our own climate, in a country where people believe that the votes of the people do not matter. So what matters is the capacity to rig, the capacity of the sitting government to manipulate the electoral process in favor of those that are under the ruling party, which is very unfortunate. So because if governors had believed that the votes of the people mattered, we wouldn't be seeing what we're seeing now. There is just that belief that no matter what happens, no matter the votes a governor garners, it doesn't amount to anything. What matters is what the Independent National Electoral Commission will declare. The result the body declares that day is what matters. It doesn't matter even if a whole state turns out to vote for a particular governor. If the electoral body believes that that governor does not merit victory, so it will go to another place. It's a sad commentary, and it's a very negative process we are running. If we say we're in a democracy, we shouldn't be seeing all this. But here we are, and I think that is a major reason why the governors are defeating. Even the governors that are being said or that are seen to be doing something very great in their various states, ordinarily that their re-election should be a fait accompli, which should be sacrosanct. But they are also running because they are not sure of what the election will be in 2027, and they are not sure that based on the votes, on the ballot of their people, they will be back. So that's why you see this thing happening. So, and we shouldn't be deceived by any other rhetoric anybody is pushing out there.
Okay, thank you. Chuka, if there's one governor that people did not expect to defect to the APC, it is, Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State, given the fact that the election that brought him into office in 2023 was keenly contested. In fact, the margin of win was not that much. You remember there was a lot of a contest. There was this contest as to I think the NNPP stood his ground to make ensure that APC did not take that state. And then I also recall that when he came in, because of the how fiercely contested that election was, and they were able to win, and they also given the fact that there was this suspicion that APC was pushing to take that state. But let's do the again. He came into office and then he was just going about demolishing things that Ganduje had built. In fact, at one point it was the demolition machine. And so the animosity between him and his predecessor Ganduje was so fierce, was so deep that anything Ganduje, he wanted to take it down. But to see Abba Yusuf now going into APC, such that it is Ganduje that was now raising his hand to say, look, you are the political leader of APC in this state. People are really wondering what is going on. Like I asked Zeb, is it that there's something that APC is using to attract these people? I'm still wondering.
Okay, thank you so much, Josh, for this question. I don't think there's anything like a bait or anything attracting a magnet that the APC is holding to attract these people. It is rather the people that are pushing themselves towards it. And the reason is not far-fetched because everybody wants to preserve, self-preservation. You want to secure yourself against the next
election. Okay.
The next cake that they are being baked. Because you can't be too sure. You can't be too sure. Even when you win elections sometimes, the ruling party can decide who did not win. So to be on the safe side, just like my colleague pointed out, there were some governors that nobody thought they would ever leave the party that brought them to power to go to the ruling party. Take for instance the governor of Benue State. Mr. George, the very performing governor. Everybody think that even if he runs to PPP, he will still win election because he's doing something that things that are touching the lives of his people. But another thing is because some of these people have a lot in their skeleton, in their cupboard. And these are known by everybody among themselves. They know what happened. Take for instance that Governor that came, didn't win the election. But at the end of the day, he won the election. That is why whatever. You remember the election was even taken to Abuja to be decided. So eventually he won. So those who decided his victory know what is at stake. On the day of reckoning, they can say, you remember that. And he wouldn't like that to happen. So to protect that provision that he wants, and then no governor would like to do, hey, let me just do 1 term and walk away. If I don't win again, second term, because everyone tells you, I'm coming for the people. And in actual fact, they are not coming for the people. They come for themselves and for those who are pushing them. And in the case of Kano governor, it's really very surprising. And that's why even his godfather, extreme godfather now, says it's the betrayal, the worst betrayal of the century. Because nobody actually expected that Abba Yusuf would ever leave, not even because of the party, leave the man that brought him into power, so to speak. And but because they know what they want, and they tell you, oh, we're living there for the interest of our people, so that they will get what is whatever is in Abuja for our people.
Yeah.
If they haven't eaten on ground, they will now start eating
on the table.
On the table. So that's why many of them, you cannot just say APC. Well, there could be an unseen hand that is pushing some of these things. But I believe that if we have conscience, if we are a country where people form parties based on ideology, what you believe in, what you think you can do for the people. Whatever the kind of law, whatever the kind of whatever anybody is pushing you or offering you, because nobody is hearing it. No, there's no public offering. Come when you come, this is what we are going to do for you. Nobody says that. Yet they are moving to that place. That tells you, like faith, which is an unseen hand that controls the face of the world. There are more than an unseen hand that is pushing all these things. It's either you do or you don't. And you know they have the zeal of everybody. They will just come in the night. And don't forget that the politicians are nocturnal operators. They don't operate during the day. So at night, we are sure you are sincere. Oh, it's either you come this way or we use this one against you.
Okay.
And so far we have seen that any dissenting voice in the country today risks a lot of things. And nobody like to go for that kind of risk because we can never come out of it. What's can
Because of course, in any case, because there's no ideology, they don't even have
ideology.
ideology. So,
I say, I believe
there's nothing holding holding them back.
Yes.
Will not go for whatever you are offering.
Exactly.
Because he believes.
He stood for something.
Stood for something. Yes.
And then look, remember
was it Ibrahim?
His politics without bitterness.
Yes.
If I win, yes. If I don't win,
it's a game. It's a game.
And he was contented with what he had.
Yes.
He was okay with what he believed in. But in the present day, it's about where is it happening today.
Yes. Anything can happen tomorrow. Yes.
Okay, but Zeb, NNPP has described Abba Yusu's defection to APC as the biggest betrayal, and of course they've also said that look, they will make sure that they retain, they take back, the seat in 2027. So, do you see the Kwakwansia movement is still very strong in Kano State? Do you see the possibility of NNPP still getting that state back in 2027 now that Yusuf has moved to APC?
Yeah, anything is possible in politics. If you are talking about betrayal, I'm not sure that word is still having any meaning in the country and in political circle, because there have been series of betrayals. If you wasn't a known politician before Dom Emmanuel brought him on board, but see what is happening there today. He ditched Emmanuel and joined APC, and in fact threatened everybody under him that they must all join APC. So Emmanuel is still in the PDP up till now. It's like that everywhere.
That's Akwa Ibom.
Akwa Ibom State. That's Akwa Ibom State. So across the country it's like that. Coming back to Kano, Kano is a very interesting state in Nigeria when you talk about politics. Nobody jokes with Kano that has 44 local government areas and a large population at that. And if you ask me, I would tell you that Tinubu's target is not just about Abba Yusuf. The target is the big man there, Kwankwaso himself. And as you know, APC had already made some moves, overtures to him, but he refused to join them. Don't forget that when Ganduje was removed as the chairman of the APC, people thought that they removed him to bring in Kwankwaso. So Kwankwaso had been a very big fish, and the presidency knows that. In the last presidential election, NNPP scored 900 and something thousand. APC got 500 and something thousand. So the thinking is that if NNPP will devolve into APC, then they will have a very huge haul of votes in 2027. So talking about the astuteness of the man called Rabiu Musa Kwankwashiora and his Kwankwashiora movement. Anybody who takes them for a joke is deceiving himself, because they are still on ground. I am not sure, I can't stay here to say that Yusuf had built a structure that can rival that of Kwankwashiora as of now. If you also ask me, I think the greatest beneficiary of all these things happening is Ganduje Abdullahi, Ganduje himself, who has many cases in court over the alleged corruption cases hanging on his neck. Now that he's promoting Yusuf, and Yusuf has already joined APC, it means that all those cases hanging on his neck will be dropped in line with the philosophy of APC that if you join, that your sins are forgiven. So what is going to happen there now is that all the sins of Ganduje will have been forgiven, because the court will now drop all those cases. And it died also to the negative or to the disadvantage of the state. Because if a person is accused of stealing billions or the public fund, and now just because allegedly is accused of that, that's why I use this accused of. So now the state is just dropping it because of political considerations. You know what it means. And these things are what goes on all over the country. And that's why the country is not moving forward. So your question, let's come back to your question. Does Yusuf have what it takes to retain power in 2027? It's left to be seen, because Kwankwashiora movement is a strong movement that is not dying today. It has stood the test of time, and Kwankwashiora has used it to do one or two things there, and it's still also on ground to do a lot. So I think something tells me that APC will not be resting on its oars, because because Yusuf had joined APC, they'll still be going for Kwankwashiora to see how he will join his political godson. That's what I can say now. Kwankwashiora is still very much on ground to dictate the pace of political activities in that state.
Okay, so you said something interesting, because of this also flying around. Chuk, I'm going to ask you that a lot of people are saying, look, Yusuf is going to the APC as a kind of a forerunner. As you were, John the Baptist came and then prepared the way for Christ to come. So there are people who are saying, look, he is stepping out first to go and then stay with the APC with the understanding that Kwakwanso will eventually go to the APC. And those who are saying this is because, for instance, we saw during when he was being received into the APC, he was still wearing the red cap of the Kwakwanso movement, while moving out NNPP flag, and the other things have been dropped. But that red cap that is known the Kwakwanso movement, he was still wearing it. Do you align with this kind of belief or thought, or conversation?
It's very difficult to draw conclusion about anything because what you see today, the change just
the next second.
Yeah. Because interestingly, very recently, Rabiu Kwakwanso said that any party that will offer him a vice presidential ticket, I think that was one of the conditions that he gave to. So, if, for instance, and those are some of the things that people are also
saying that it's difficult to dwell on anything and say, "Oh, you are sure," to express certainty about anything happening, especially in politics. Don't forget that Kwakwanso's son, who was part of Yusuf's government, resigned immediately after his defection. That might be cotton will be pulled over our eyes. They may have discovered that, let it seem as if there's something we'll call in literature very similitude.
Yeah.
Very similar to this that, oh, this is really.
What is
They
happening?
can just carry the head of Joshua on top of my own and say, it is Joshua. In actual fact, it is not you. So, the thing about politics in Nigeria is that people just do things and say they won't know. They won't know. The people will believe it. And some people have resigned from that cabinet in reaction to what has happened, to give the impression that, oh, what is happening is true. So we would be surprised, Joshua, tomorrow to see a Rabi Kwankwas joining APCs. And that day everybody will clap. All these people who are now calling names, doing all sorts of things. Unfortunately, there are always victims of this deceit. Some people who may even go to the streets to demonstrate with all that and get killed. At the end of the day, they just die for nothing. What the Yorubas will say, lost Naza or something. So it is difficult, my brother, to conclude that this man is just looking ahead of the God's son.
Yeah.
Sorry,
The Godfather.
And then at the end of the day, joy. Just like Zebulon said, APC knows the strength of
Kwankwas.
and Kwankwas movement. Kwankwas movement is like a train. Once you push it, once you put it on, they continue moving in whatever direction until you change it. So these are people that they know can even turn people against them if they don't play their cards very well.
Yeah.
And playing their cards very well is trying to move the main fish into the sea. So that the man who has gone ahead will not, he may crush somewhere along the line. It's not difficult. And the Northerners are such that once they have a belief, they don't go back. Unlike some of people in other regions who can ask questions, who is Zebulon? Through his editor, does he pay my transport?
Does he feed me? Does he feed my family?
Yeah.
This is an editor. He commands all the respect, he has all the power. That's the mentality over there. This is our Godfather, this is our man. So whatever the situation, these people who resign from government, it doesn't happen in the South. It's not rampant here. Though, if I leave now, what am I going to do going forward? But this one will just like based on pressure, based on conviction that this man that I believe in will not leave me.
All right, let's look at there's something you said that I think I need to re-emphasize because it's important that we do so. During the 2023 governorship election in Kano State, you know that people were killed. Yes, because of how fierce the contest was. So, and I think it's important for people to understand that, look, especially for the Talakala ones. I mean, the Talaka ones, I think that you call them, the ordinary people. You don't need to go and kill yourself for politicians and then, put your life on the line, because at the end of the day, politicians have a way of always, going back together and move on and leave you behind. I think it's really important that people should understand that, look, when it comes to election, all you need to do is just go and vote and go back to your house. You don't need to go and kill yourself get yourself killed for anybody, because at the end of the day, these guys have a way of, reconciling and then moving on and then leaving you behind.
And that is the reason there is need for voter education.
Yes.
And the type of people that are under these Kwankwasia movements are largely uneducated people that don't even know the difference between their right and their left. And they just move when their leaders say move. They don't process any information. And that is why it's very difficult and dangerous. So the APC should also be very, very careful in whatever decision the party may decide to take that may snowball into a conflagration that will now consume human beings. Because I see a danger. Now that you still had crossover to APC, don't forget that we had 2 MEAs in Kano State.
That's another factor.
One is on Abuja-backed emir. Another one was backed by the governor.
And it was the election of this guy who has moved to APC now. And that brought about that emergence of Kenyans in Kano.
Sanusi Lamido Sanusi was supported by the one that had moved to APC now. Now that he had moved to APC, there could be a pressure on him. There could be pressure on him to now bring back the deposed emir and recognize him. And now you see a lot of crisis.
And he won't say no.
Yeah, he won't say no. So that could also snowball into a serious crisis in Kano State. So a lot of things may evolve as a result of the defection of this. So we cannot just be looking at it as political defection. There are many angles and many possibilities that could happen in Kano before the 2027 election.
All right, why we hope and then pray that the APC and indeed the government, both at the federal and state level, will be able to manage the situation very well, so as not to create a crisis that could, lead to loss of life of innocent people. And then we hope and they will be able to do that right before. And even before and during the 2027 election. Just before we wrap up, gentlemen, there's this insinuation that the president might be going for a Christian running mate in 2027, and that he might eventually drop Shetima and go for a Christian, vice president. So some names have been thrown up, but I don't really want us to go into that. But I'm going to ask you. Chuka, do you see the possibility of the president dropping Shetima and going for a Christian vice president? Of course, there are people from the north, for instance, the Minister of Culture and, that Anatu Musawa has pointedly warned that if you drop Shetima, look, you're going to face the wrath of a northern Muslim. But again, people are also saying, look, it is possible that the Shetima might be dropped by Tinubu and then go for a Christian vice president this time around in 2027. What's your take on this?
Just look at these two scenarios. The first is the fact that there might be pushback, serious pushback from northern Muslims. If the Tinubu cries or does something like that. The second one is to bring this the issue of Trump and his interest in Nigerian Christians. The whole idea, nobody knows why what is going on. That the genocide, the killing going on in Nigeria is targeted at Christians. If the government wants to prove that Christians are also part of Nigeria, I think the best thing for the president is to tell the world that we are not religious fanatics or our convictions are not based on religion. But the other side of it is that people would like to take the votes from northern, especially the northeast, where
Shetima comes from.
And don't forget that the first time this idea was submitted, there were some rumblings from that side of the country that if this happens, this will happen. Like this will decide that. This was it is very difficult for Joshua to say, oh, this is where to do. But in a normal run of events, the best thing for people is to drop the second and take the president to balance what has been happening in the country over time. He's the only first president to go the way he went today, and succeeded.
That is from 1999 to date.
So for him to have succeeded does not mean that people are happy with what he did. That we are the only thing that in the country where we live, people just make noise and end there. In some class, perhaps people that are not free, Christian. And don't forget that we have a very large Christian community or Christian population in Nigeria. Why do you just sideline the whole of that and then say, oh, it's about Muslims? Why you chose the Muslims anyway? Because you wanted perhaps that would give you ultimate
political advantage.
Yes, and it did. But based on these two
Yes.
the trauma
Aspect.
perhaps people may compare
All right.
to go that way.
Okay, thank you. Zeb, your take on this, I mean, just in a few seconds.
No, I don't think I have anything to say different from what Mr. Chuka has said, because in the first place, what President did in 2022 ahead of the election by choosing another Muslim was insensitive. It was wrong. And now that Christianity has come to focus and pushing it from outside the country, I think the best thing for the party to do this time around should be to look into it and now balance it up. Because Nigeria is a country, a secular state that has too many interests. And you cannot just use one interest and promote one interest against the other. So I think that error should be corrected. It doesn't matter who may feel offended. I think the APC has some mechanism to call the interested parties to the table and put the card, and they trash it out and say, we are sorry, we made a mistake in the initial time, we have to correct the mistake. And I'm not sure that anybody will die for it. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen, for very insightful analysis. This has been the Reflections Nigeria. In the last 30 minutes or thereabout, we've been talking about the defection of Governor Abba Yusuf from the NNPP to the APC, and of course, just also touch on the possibility of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu dropping his vice president, Kashim Shettima, to pick a Christian, vice president in 2027. We see how that will be. I mean, people are, waiting to see what will happen eventually. But we pray that, or we hope that the right thing will be done, and at the end of the day, Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you so very much for viewing. My name is Joshua Bassi. Until we come again next week, thank you, and keep watching Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile. your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Amoxicillin, ampiclox, tetracycline. They are such a mouthful, but I'm sure you know what these drugs are. Now, anytime we misuse these antibiotics, we actually give them a chance. We actually give bacteria a chance to learn how to fight them. Misuse today only means resistance tomorrow. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. From a study in 2024, it showed that out of 12 developing countries, Nigeria has the third highest percentage of antibiotic prescriptions at 48%. Now, another study that surveyed 400 students showed that 67% of them, which is roughly 268 students, reported fair antibiotic usage practices. 26.5% had poor practices, with only 6.5% having good practice, with the most frequently used antibiotics amoxicillin, ampiclox, and tetracycline, often used for conditions like typhoid, cough, and catarrh. Now, joining us to unpack the misuse of antibiotics is Dr. Ohisi Geleke. He's a community pharmacist, currently the superintendent pharmacist at Visco Virello Pharmacy in Benin City. Welcome to the show, Dr. Ohisi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Okay, so let's dive in quickly. Now, what is the aim of antibiotics in the body?
All right. So before I answer that question, let me explain what microorganisms are. So microorganisms are really, really small living creatures. Yeah, we can't really see them with our normal eyes. We have to use a microscope. So these creatures are found almost everywhere. They are ubiquitous in nature. They are found everywhere. So the common ones are bacteria, viruses, fungi, and your antibiotics, their major job is to kill these bacteria. It's either they kill them or they stop the growth of this bacteria. So when a person is infected with this bacteria, that is when the person is supposed to take your antibiotics. When you're infected with, okay, let me put it this way, there are some good bacteria, there are some bad bacteria. The good bacteria are found naturally in our system. So just hold on to this information now. You would need it later on. So when a bad bacteria, in quotes, infects a person, the person takes antibiotics so that the antibiotics would kill this bacteria and the person becomes better. So yes, that's the major job for antibiotics in the system.
Not that we're trying to give anyone ideas, but enlighten us. How can we actually differentiate between bacterial infection and viral infection?
Okay. Bacterial infection are localized at the first stage. That's the major difference. Bacterial infections are localized, so you can see bacterial infection of the throat, bacterial infection of the eyes, urinary tract infections, that is bacterial infections of the urinary tract, bacterial infection of the ear. But when it comes to viruses, it is more systemic. By systemic, I mean it affects the blood and it goes, like viruses affect your DNA generally. So it goes everywhere. It's systemic. You see more systemic symptoms such as muscle aches, headaches, fevers. So these are more systemic symptoms. So that's the difference between a viral and a bacterial infection. But majorly, to be on the safe side and to be very, very sure, what we do is that we advise the patient to go to a registered laboratory and do a test. Registered laboratory and do a test. You can complain of your symptoms to the doctor there or the lab scientist there, and they take a sample, usually the blood sample or whatsoever, and they can use it to run a test. So this test would do a differential for us, telling us if it's a bacterial infection or if it's a viral infection. But sometimes when, let's say, due to overcrowding in the laboratory centers or lack of personnel, your symptoms alone can tell your healthcare professional or your healthcare provider if it's a bacterial infection or a viral infection. But majorly, it's just like that. Bacteria is localized, while viruses are more systemic. So I really hope this explains the differences to us.
I do get the difference. I do get it, yes. So let's go back to the main topic now. Why is the misuse of antibiotics a growing concern?
Resistance. Fine, there are other small no, I never call them small things. There are other issues why the misuse of antibiotics, well, there are other problems that the misuse of antibiotics can cause. But majorly, what we've been preaching to people is resistance. So resistance basically means that in a layman's term, your antibiotics stops killing the bacteria that it could kill before, because now the bacteria has grown some protective measures to protect it from the antibiotics. So there are different mechanisms for a bacteria to resist an antibiotic. It could be, okay, let's say there's a site, let's say site A on the bacteria where the antibiotics could bind and elicit its effects, probably by killing the bacteria or by stopping the growth of the bacteria. So some bacteria can be so smart, very, very smart. They just undergo some morphological changes. They undergo some changes in their body. And that site A just, let's say, it disappears or it's not as functional as it used to. So the antibiotics can no longer bind to it. Or the bacteria can just grow a stronger surface, like its body in quotes becomes stronger, preventing the penetration of the antibiotics into it. And some other bacteria can do it in a way that the antibiotics will penetrate, but it increases the excretion of these antibiotics. So it can enter, but as it's entering, it is coming out faster. So some bacteria can be very, very smart, and they can just create these resistant mechanisms. So when these and more mechanisms are created, it leads to resistance, and the antibiotics that usually works before doesn't work anymore on this bacteria. So this is why we are preaching these things, because I've been at the pharmacy since the morning, and I think I've met like 3 people that just came to ask for Ampiclox. I tend to talk to them like, okay, counsel them that what are you using this Ampiclox for? And some of them can be very stubborn. They would not even want to listen. So they'll just walk out and say they're going to get somewhere else. But we try to tell them that resistance can happen, and treating resistance is not cheap. It's not cheap. So it's that we avoid the abuse of antibiotics now than to face the financial burden later.
Okay. So hear me out. In a way, it just seems like, bacteria and AI, they're similar. Hear me out. Because, people say, oh, when you keep feeding AI information, it's going to conquer the world. But we understand, like, when you keep feeding them information, in a way, they get to, like, sometimes when I text, like, oh, I'm like, write it in my own humor. And then because I have fed AI so much information, it's writing it in my own humor. And out. Same thing with bacteria. When you keep feeding it with antibiotics, it just grows smarter. And it begins to, like, dodge. Do you understand my point? But
yeah,
now, what are the most common ways that people misuse antibiotics?
Just like I said earlier, you need to do a test to know if it's a bacterial infection. So most people, they can just come. I think one problem we have is the ease of accessibility. There are a lot of unregistered chemists. I will not use pharmacies, because for a pharmacy you need to be registered. There are a lot of unregistered chemists, and these people just have access to some medications I still do not know how they do it. So they have access to some medications, and Nigerians can just walk into the pharmacy, into the chemist, and get anything that they want, including antibiotics, and they just take it for whatsoever reasons. And you see some cases where some chemist owners would just like mix like 3 or 5 antibiotics together in a sachet and give them, and they'll go and take it. So people, they just take this thing anyhow. They take it for diseases that are not of bacterial origin. You see people taking antibiotics for cold, for catarrh, for cough. Fine, some cough can be as a result of a bacterial infection, but your common cold is not a bacterial infection, it's a viral infection. So taking antibiotics for it is wrong. And some people use antibiotics for their livestock. Like, fine, you can have some bacterial infection for the livestock, but some of them just do it like it's a routine. They get tetracycline, open it, and give it to their livestock, fowls, cows. Yeah. So we've had a lot of cases of people even taking some antibiotics during pregnancy when there is nothing actually wrong with the mother or the child. So they will just take it, and we'll start seeing issues with the baby after the baby is born. So there are a lot of ways where people just misuse antibiotics. You shouldn't take antibiotics unless you are sure that it's a bacterial infection, unless you've talked to a healthcare professional, unless you've done a test. You shouldn't use your antibiotics. We've even seen cases where people use their antibiotics to prevent. Antibiotics are not preventive medicine. We call that prophylaxis in pharmacy. Antibiotics are not preventive medicine. They don't prevent. So they treat and they cure. So they do not prevent. So okay, I've had cases of, okay, let me give you an example. During my IT, we had a patient who, she was on a period and she wanted to have sex with her partner, and she was like, she wants to take Ampiclox to prevent her and her partner from getting infected. So it doesn't really work. It doesn't work that way at all. So I had to counsel and advise her that, okay, this isn't how you should do it. This is not how it should go. So people use antibiotics for the weirdest of reasons. For the weirdest of reasons. So it's not, there are a lot of things I will need to say, but because of time, I think I can just stop here right now.
Okay, so walk me through a thought process now. People buy antibiotics. Now, if they decide to say, okay, I want to treat cold, I want to treat flu with antibiotics, it's because they are probably seeing, let's say there's a change. Now, cold and flu, they're viral infections, right? So
yes, they are.
They're taking antibiotics and then they are seeing a change. Explain, like, why should we not use these because if I'm seeing improvement, then why should we not use antibiotics to treat cold and flu, which are viral infections?
Okay. It's just the same way you say a person takes metronidazole and tetracycline for diarrhea and the diarrhea stops, right? Okay. Some conditions are self-limiting. By self-limiting, I mean they go by themselves. They just stay in the body for like 2 days, 3 days, and they go by themselves. Cold, flu, diarrhea, and a host of others are self-limiting. So you can attest to this, that there sometimes you had cold and catarrh and you did not even take anything and left by itself, right? Same thing with diarrhea. You had diarrhea and probably the only thing you took was Gary, or you just even prevented yourself from eating throughout that period and it stopped by itself. It's because it is self-limiting. Self-limiting means self-limiting diseases are diseases that go on their own. So most times when a person takes antibiotics for cold and flu and it stops, they think it's the actual antibiotics that worked, but it's just the disease is running its course. It has started, it has grown, now it has died, and it has left your system. So it is self-limiting. It is not the antibiotics that work. The antibiotics do not do anything. You should not give antibiotics the glory that it did not deserve. So yes, it is self-limiting. It's not just some viral diseases are self-limiting, some are not. But for cold, to be specific, it is self-limiting. Just put yourself in a good environment, take your vitamins, warm yourself up, and you see that it will stop by itself.
So Now, we have been talking about the misuse of antibiotics. What danger does it pose to an individual and then public health generally? So individuals and public health, what are the dangers?
Let's start with individuals. Or okay, let me talk then. I think we'll just figure it out along the line. Okay, antibiotics are, when you do not use them properly, it can cause resistance. I've explained resistance before. It causes resistance. That's the major cause. Then also, some antibiotics, they have some terrible, terrible side effects. Some terrible side effects. There's this antibiotics called gentamicin. A lot of people use it anyhow. It's even an injection. So a lot of people use it anyhow. I'm sorry. A lot of people use it anyhow. And it can cause kidney failure. It can cause kidney damage. Do you understand? It can cause kidney damage. It damages the kidney. And even your metronidazole, your flagyl, it's not safe during pregnancy. It's not safe in children. Unless, let's say, we've tried other antibiotics and it did not work. Now you now measure the risk-benefit ratio. You find out that, okay, the benefits outweighs the risk. So let us use this antibiotic. So you should have seen some children or some people, they have this brown colored teeth. Sometimes it's not just brown, sometimes it's like very, very yellowish. Sometimes it's like a mixture of brown and yellow. It's as a result of mothers who actually consumed tetracycline during pregnancy. So there was no reason, there was no bacterial infection, nothing. The parents just felt like, okay, let's consume tetracycline. It causes permanent discoloration of your teeth. So there are several side effects that can happen. So one that we do not even talk about that much is that antibiotics abuse can even increase the chance of bleeding. Okay, let's put it like this. Vitamin K helps to your injuries to clot. So it's when you have an injury, your body releases vitamin K. It helps to heal the injury faster. Then let's say after a very short time, the bleeding stops. Yeah. So you have some natural bacteria in your GIT tract, your GIT rather, your gastrointestinal tract, that is from your mouth to your anus and everything. So some of them, most of them produce vitamin K. I don't know if you understand, most of them produce vitamin K. So when you just abuse antibiotics anyhow, the antibiotics will kill both the infecting bacteria and the natural bacteria, the normal flora in your body. So when it kills those normal flora, you find out that your body is not producing enough vitamin K that it is supposed to produce. So when vitamin K is not adequately produced and there is an injury, it takes a longer time to heal. Now I'm just emphasizing on smaller injuries. So what happens if the person has an accident or something really bigger? So the person can just be bleeding unless they have to rush the person to the hospital where they have to give injectable vitamin K. Hope you are seeing the link. And this resistance also is transmissible. It's transmissible by birth. A mother that is resistant to a certain number of antibiotics gets pregnant. She transmits it to her child. Her child that does not know anything in this world now is suffering because of the mother's issues. So this thing, in the long run, it affects the total public because we will now have a lot of people resistant to antibiotics in the society. So people are not getting better through treatments. We have a higher number of sick people compared to because when these antibiotics do not work, there are some small diseases there are some small bacterial diseases that your not so strong antibiotics can work. You see people dying. We have like a higher mortality rate. You see people dying quicker because they are resistant to the basic antibiotics. So this affects the public. It affects us globally because it can lead to a higher death rate. I don't know if you get. So at the same time, so it affects people who do not dispose antibiotics properly. It affects our environment too, brings up more resistant bugs for plants and everything. So it is really it's a very, very big problem that we do not talk much about, or rather we've been talking about it, but people are not heeding to what we are saying. People are not heeding to what we are saying. That's basically why I even came to this platform, because I believe it has a broader reach and can reach to other people that I cannot reach out to. So it affects the public, it affects the individuals, it affects everything, Amanda, actually.
Okay. So you have really gone in depth on how antibiotics, like some things a lot of us didn't have an idea of, like, a mother then giving birth to a child that becomes resistant just because she has misused antibiotics. We have talked so much about that. So now, still on the misuse of antibiotics, can it lead to chronic illness and some organ damages? And if so, which of them exactly?
Okay. Definitely, yes, definitely. I talked about gentamicin earlier on. It causes kidney damage. You see a person has a urinary tract infection, the person will not do a test, the person will not consult a specialist. Next thing, they'll come to the pharmacy, give me gentamicin, give me 5. And we tend to ask, like, do you know what gentamicin is? Do you know how this thing can damage your kidneys? Gentamicin can damage your kidneys. Ciprofloxacin. Yes, ciprofloxacin that everybody is using for typhoid up and down. Like, they never do any accurate test for typhoid fever. Fine, typhoid fever is a bacterial infection, yes. But before you can say you have typhoid fever, you should do an actual test for it. So people will come and say, they have malaria, typhoid. I'm like, which one is malaria? There's nothing like malaria, typhoid. It's not one thing, malaria and typhoid. So they will just ask for cipro. Ciprofloxacin can actually make you crippled because it affects the tendons. The tendons helps our bones and our muscles to connect to each other. So it affects the tendons and it can damage it to the extent that you would not even be able to walk again. I know someone that this has happened to. Ciprofloxacin that is everywhere. Ciprofloxacin can even kill your baby as you are pregnant and you are taking ciprofloxacin. So there are a lot of damages that these antibiotics can cause. So there's this chloramphenicol. You should have heard of that. The one, it's in eye drops, it's in capsules also. Chloramphenicol can cause what we call gray baby syndrome. That affects how the baby looks. And it's also a very common antibiotic. So there are a lot. Tetracycline affects your bone development, affects calcium in your body, affects your teeth. Yeah, it affects your teeth, makes it very, very scattered and discolors your teeth, especially when it's used in children. So when it's used in children, it does those to their body. It even has issues with your growth. So these are just few examples of some antibiotics that actually have terrible effects on the body.
So from our discussion, I've seen that, I don't know if it's just me, but I've seen that easy access to this drug, to antibiotics, it's a huge problem. Because I know there are some drugs that you cannot even purchase from a pharmacy because they'll tell you must need a doctor's prescription. But that is I think at this point, it's very valid for antibiotics, because if it's causing, these long effects and it has the possibility of increasing mortality rate, then that should be noted in a pharmacy. There should be a discussion, an open discussion about it. But now, apart from public education, which is everyone educate public, it's cliche, but it's important. It's very important. But now, do you think, back to my point, do you think a ban on it, or maybe a doctor's prescription before sale of antibiotic is necessary?
Amanda, to answer your question, based on ease of access, there are 2 types of medications. We have over-the-counter medications, the ones we call OTCs, then prescription medications, the ones we call POMs. So antibiotics are actually POMs, prescription-only medications. So you actually need a prescription to get an antibiotic. You need a prescription to get an antibiotic. You need a prescription from a doctor to get an antibiotic. So it is not something you're supposed to just walk in and get. It's not something you're supposed to just walk in and get. You're supposed to, you need a doctor's prescription to get it. Well, Nigeria is Nigeria. People can just do whatever they want to do. People can just do whatever they want to do. And it has grown so deep into our country that people do not even know that you need a prescription to get your antibiotics. It's just the same way you need a prescription for your sleeping pills or a prescription for your medication for hypertension. You also need a prescription for your antibiotics because we know how terrible this thing can be. We know how terrible this thing can be. So you need a prescription for it. Well, it's funny that we aren't really following it like that. Yes, even me sometimes I've even messed up earlier on, but it's something we're trying to preach to people that you need prescriptions for it. So yes, you need a prescription for it, not just anyhow, but very few people actually follow it.
Thank you very much. So, from our your conversation is so in-depth and self-explanatory. Now, first of all, I think like as health professionals, there should be stronger, there's obviously like a union of pharmacy, there's a pharmacy association. So I feel like as professionals, it should be really enforced. There should be a strict prescription law. And from our conversation, I understand that if we continue to misuse antibiotics, there is going to be an antibiotic resistance. It seems far-fetched, but then we're facing like a future, like you explained, where simple infections become very untreatable. And as simple as antibiotics seems, it's from the conversation, I'm already having chills because there are so many things that are involved with, the misuse of antibiotics. Thank you so much, Dr. Igeleke Ohis, for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope I've been able to answer some of your questions.
Of course, definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, Amanda.
All right, you too. I want to say a whole lot about this, but a whole lot has been said. Do not self-medicate on antibiotics. There are so many effects. Do not prescribe your drugs, but do not prescribe antibiotics by yourself. Because we have heard there are so many effects. It could lead to increased mortality and so on. I do not need to reiterate what has already been said. But this is Amanda Imosipuwe saying no to self-medication and drug abuse. Remember to stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's is it government task force or what that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving when they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house. He drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occur. So they before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes, like
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. This, if somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we paid. We pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid on November. Some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, that they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going.
And this is the Business Day TV news update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NNPC Limited raises petrol price to 839 naira per litre in Abuja. Nigeria's telcos face 12.4 billion naira penalties in NCC's toughest cubes crackdown yet. And Nigeria to tap Africa's $63 billion procurement pipeline, and that's from the World Bank. Federal government 501 billion naira power sector bond records 100% subscription. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has increased the pump price of petrol to 839 naira per litre in Abuja. Reports reveal that the NNPC Limited effected the price adjustment across its retail outlets in the Federal Capital Territory, while increasing the price of the product by 50 naira from 785 naira per litre to 835 naira in Lagos. The increase comes amid recent pricing changes by the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, signaling a fresh shift in Nigeria's downstream petroleum market. The latest adjustments reflect a 20 naira increase from the previous price of 815 naira per litre in Abuja, and aligns with revised pump prices at retail outlets linked to Dangote Refinery distribution network, following an increase in the refinery's ex-gantry price earlier in the week. And the latest pricing data shows a clear upward adjustment in petrol prices within Abuja following changes at the refinery level, as the adjustment by NNPC appears to track upstream cost movements that are filtered through the supply chain. And moving on, Nigeria's telecom operators are facing potential penalties totaling about 12.4 billion naira as the industry regulator intensifies enforcement of service quality standards in what officials described as one of the most aggressive crackdowns in recent years. The Nigerian Communications Commission say the fines arise from multiple breaches of quality of service obligation and are currently moving through regulatory processing, with pre-enforcement notices already issued to affected operators. The Commission added that the review would also introduce additional communications-related offences not currently covered under the Nigerian Communication Act 2003 and its subsidiary regulations. The tougher stance follow a directive from the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, who instructed the NCC, to introduce automatic penalties for poor network performance, tightening the link between service failures and regulatory consequences. And under revised quality of service regulations issued in July 2024, performance obligations were expanded to cover a wider set of infrastructure players, including colocation providers, while penalty threshold were significantly increased. And still on, the World Bank Group says Nigeria stands to tap billions of dollars in business opportunities as its Africa West portfolio expands, with most contracts already being acquired by local companies. Nazin Ismail Ali, the bank's regional procurement manager for Africa West and Central, said the region currently owes $63.5 billion in active commitments across 315 projects in 22 countries, with a near-term pipeline of $10.6 billion spanning 72 projects in total. Ismail added that for suppliers here, this confirms that Lagos is an excellent place to compete, not only locally but also regionally. Procurement under the Africa West portfolio has reached $43.6 billion across about 86,000 contracts, covering construction works, goods, consulting, and non-consulting services. And the World Bank officials say local companies now dominate the majority of contracts across Africa, while values are broadly split between domestic and foreign firms. And coming up, federal government's 501 billion naira power sector bond records 100% subscription. This and more after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back to the news update. Still on the Nigerian scene, the federal government has recorded a full subscription for its 501 billion naira inaugural power sector bond issued under the Presidential Power Sector Debt Reduction Program, signaling strong investor confidence in ongoing electricity market reforms. The development was revealed in a statement issued on Tuesday by the Special Advisor to the President on Energy, Olu Arowolo. The bond issuance is aimed at addressing long-standing payment arrears owed to power generation companies, restoring liquidity across the sector, and strengthening confidence in the Nigerian electricity supply industry. The issuance follows years of liquidity challenges in the power sector and forms part of the broader federal government reforms to stabilize the electricity market and unlock new investment. Virgin says the program represents a major reset of Nigeria's electricity market, combining debt resolution with wider financial and structural reforms. Away from that story, an international non-governmental organization, Save the Children International, has revealed that no fewer than 1,683 learners were abducted in Nigeria between 2014 and 2022. The disclosure was made by Mogbojua Bade Adesulure, digital media and communication specialist at Save the Children Nigeria, in a statement issued on Tuesday in Castina to commemorate the 2026 International Day of Education. And according to the organization, the data highlights the deepening education crisis in Nigeria, driven largely by insecurity and weak investment in the sector. And also, the Nigerian Army said on Tuesday it had rescued 11 kidnapping victims during a late-night operation along the Kaduna-Abuja highway, thwarting an attempt by armed militants to move the captives through a forested area under the cover of darkness. The 5 men, 3 women, and 3 children had been held for 92 days after being abducted from the Gada Malam Maman community in Kaduna State. Troops from Forward Operating Base Doka detected the group on January 26 using long-range surveillance equipment, the army said in a statement. Soldiers moved in after spotting the kidnappers escorting their victims along a bush track, and kidnappings for ransom have become a major security challenge in northwestern and central Nigeria, including along the Kaduna-Abuja Expressway, a major transport corridor linking the commercial capital with the federal Capital Territory. And the Nigerian security situation is under scrutiny from U.S. President Donald Trump, who launched a Christmas Day airstrike over what he says is persecution of Christians. Last week, armed bandits kidnapped more than 160 worshippers from 2 churches in Kaduna. And so in the local news, the federal government has unveiled plans to deploy military veterans to help secure Nigerians' ungoverned spaces as part of strategies to strengthen national security and drive economic activity in conflict-affected areas. This followed the inauguration of an 18-member committee by the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, tasked with reclaiming ungoverned spaces for economic viability and repositioning the Nigerian Legion Corps of commissionaries and veterans. A statement on Wednesday by the ministry's Deputy Director of Information, Enderline Chukwu, on behalf of the Director of Information and Public Relations, said the committee was inaugurated on Tuesday at the Ministry of Defense headquarters, Abuja, with the minister represented by the Permanent Secretary, Richard Filangwa. Speaking at the event, Musa said the deployment of veterans into ungoverned spaces would complement ongoing military operations by bringing experienced personnel into local security and development efforts, particularly in areas where state presence remains weak. According to the minister, the initiative reflects a strategic shift from an over-reliance on military offensives to a more inclusive and sustainable approach to security that tackles the socio-economic drivers of insecurity. And coming up, IMF board approves final review of Zambia's lending program, unlocking $119 million US. This and more after this break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back now to the African scene. The Executive Board of the International Monetary Fund on Tuesday approved the sixth and final review of Zambia's extended credit facility. It said in a statement, paving the way for a disbursement of $190 million. The Southern African nation reached a $1.3 billion financing agreement with the IMF in 2022 to support the economy as it navigated its way out of a debt default before it was later expanded to $1.7 billion. The government in Lusaka initially wanted to secure a one-year extension to the deal before it changed its mind and opted to let the program expire without an extension request. No reason was given for the decision. Zambia, which had hoped to secure about $145 million in additional funding through the extension, will hold an election in August with President Hakainde Hichilema up for re-election. And also, Rwanda has filed an arbitration case against Britain over the cancellation of an asylum deal by the Prime Minister Keir Starmer in 2024, the government of the East African nation said. Under the scheme signed before Starmer took office, Britain agreed to pay Rwanda to take in migrants who arrived illegally in Britain. It only managed to send 4 people voluntarily to Rwanda as legal challenges stalled the plan. The Kigali government added that Britain had asked it in 2024 to forgo two payments of £50 million due in April 2025 and April 2026 in anticipation of the formal termination of the treaty underlying the deal. Rwanda said it was prepared to agree provided the treaty was terminated and new financial terms were negotiated and agreed. And on the foreign scene, the wife of South Korea's ousted former president has been sentenced to 20 months in jail for accepting bribes from the controversial Unification Church. However, the court cleared 52-year-old Kim Kyun-hee on charges of stock price manipulation and receiving free opinion polls from a political broker before the 2022 presidential election, which her husband Yoon Suk-yeol won. Yoon has already been sentenced to 5 years in jail for abusing power and obstructing justice in relation to his failed martial law bid in 2024. This marks the first time in South Korea's history that the former presidential couple were convicted at the same time. And also, Madhavi Raja, Iran's ambassador to Nigeria, has accused the United States and Israel of being the principal foreign influences behind the protests that swept across the Middle Eastern country for weeks. The protests, which erupted on December 28th, were initially driven by public dissatisfaction with economic hardship and living conditions. Following a state crackdown that left thousands of protesters dead, the Iranian government said the demonstrations were hijacked by foreign actors, while international media houses and right groups have pegged the death toll at about 30,000. Raja, citing state officials, said the figures were exaggerated, adding that the number stood at around 3,000. And Raja said Iran had evidence of the US and Israel provoking Iranian citizens to take up arms against their government. Let's come back to And now to sports. West Ham have signed winger Adama Traore from Fulham in a deal worth up to £2 million. The 30-year-old moves from West to East London, where he reunites with Nuno Espirito Santo, who managed him at Wolves. The deal worth an initial £1 million could rise up to £2 million with add-ons and runs until the end of the season, with the option of a further year. Capped 8 times by Spain, Traore has made just 2 Premier League starts for Fulham this season and was not involved in their 2-1 win at home to Brighton on Saturday. West Ham have been among the most active teams in the January transfer window, signing forward Pablo Felipe and Gil Vicente for £20 million and Tati Castellanos from Lazio for £5.2 million. And so in the sport news, Francais pro Unil Antonio has been forced to retire after he was admitted to an intensive care unit following a cardiac event. The 35-year-old was taken to a hospital in La Rochelle on Tuesday with his club saying he suffered a suspected heart problem and is now in a stable condition. According to reports, following his hospitalization, Unil will have to undergo a long period of recovery. Antonio was born in New Zealand, qualified to play for France through residency, and made 68 appearances for his adoptive country. During his career, the Giant Prop won the Six Nations Grand Slam in 2022 and was selected for their World Cup awards in 2015 and 2023. And this is where we wrap up the news at Business Day Television News at noon. Do stay with us for more updates.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background. which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good afternoon, and you're welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. And we also move past what happened to explore why it happened, what it means, and what could come next. I am Deborah Eze. The conversations we're going to be centering on this afternoon are Nigerian courts in borrowing web as deficits surge 984 in 11 years, and also insurers shared portfolio to meet requirements. Do stay with us as we go behind the headlines. You're welcome back to Behind the Headline. Nigeria is sinking deeper into a debt trap. In just 11 years, the country's fiscal deficit has surged by 984%, driven by aggressive borrowing, weak revenue growth, and rising debt service costs. Behind this headline is a troubling story of how borrowing has shifted from a temporary fix to a permanent feature of government finances, and what that means for economic stability, public spending, and future generations. And joining us is Oluwatobi Ojabelo. He's a senior financial analyst here at BusinessDay Media. It's good to have you, Ojabelo.
You're welcome, Deborah.
Or can I call you Ojabi, aka?
Yeah.
All right. So speak to us about the factors that's driven this Nigeria budget deficit to rise from 98% over the past 11 years.
Thank you very much. You see, when you look at the economic model of this country, in terms of budget, it is always expenditure. Revenue is a function of expenditure, meaning that it is government expenditure that determines the amount of money they are going to generate. So as a result of that, it makes government of Nigeria to overshoot their spending. It is not bad when spending is greater than revenue. But the question is this: that gap between the spending and revenue is covered by borrowing, and there's always cost of borrowing. Now, those money you borrowed, are they productive in nature? If they are productive in nature, then there will be improvement in the life of citizens. There will be improvement in social capital as well as other fundamental basic things human needs. But unfortunately, when you look at the Nigerian budget from 2016 to 2026, you will notice that the budget rose by 52 trillion. In 2016, Nigerian budget was around 6.08 trillion. 2026 is now 58.1 trillion. Now, what happened? In that 2016, the budget deficit then was 2.2 trillion. 11 years later, 2026, the budget deficit rose to 23.85. That is now an 84% increase. Now, what is the cost of borrowing? The cost of borrowing is the debt servicing. Because you cannot just borrow for free. You have to pay for borrowing. That is interest payment. Now, when you look at the structure of Nigerian budget, the anatomy of Nigerian budget, from the expenditure, we have 58.18 trillion. Go to the revenue, we have 34.33. The budget deficit there was around 23.85. Then go to capital and recurrent expenditure. When we put the expenditure into two, we have the capital is around 26.08. Okay, well, okay, the capital this time around is greater than the recurrent expenditure. Good. Which shows that government want to teach to most infrastructural facilities. We can make a business environment more enabling. That is if you don't capture debt servicing in the recurrent revenue.
Right.
Recurrent revenue, apart from debt, government estimated 52.25 trillion to be spent on day-to-day activities, salaries, all these pensions.
Right.
Now, when you now go to debt servicing, government want to spend 15.52, which is also more than the recurrent.
That brings me to the sector. Let's look at which of the sector or the expenditure contributes most to this deficit surge, and what value are they even bringing?
Well, you see, when you look at this year budget, and considering the insurgent as a lot of challenges we have as far as security is concerned, government is spending more on security, and they earmark average of 5.something trillion to that. So to ensure that investors' confidence will remain. You know, you cannot invest in a country whereby there is high level of security threat. And even though you try to invest in such a country, there will be regional uneven development. Okay. So why you prefer to put your money in a region that is better off, that is safe, than other region that is not so. So other than that, when we look at the amounts allocated, that is earmarked to education, is also high. It's around maybe 3.28 trillion, which shows that government also tilt towards spending more on education, including making the environment of learning to be more enabled and congenial for people.
Right.
And as well as health sector, I think they want to spend around 2.08 trillion on that.
So do you think that the current revenue reforms is sufficient to actually slow Nigeria's growing independence from borrowing?
You see, there is no way you want to talk about the future, you will not look at the historical record.
Okay.
The rate at which when you look at Nigerian budget for the past 10 years, that's also been financed by borrowing. So if we now say 2026, we teach more on revenue mobilization, good. But that will not make borrowing to be zero. So I just see Nigerian government borrowing, but there may be improvement in the revenue mobilization.
So what practical fiscal strategy can the government actually put in place to actually reverse borrowing and give us a borrowing trend sustainability?
Thank you very much. You see, borrowing is not always bad. So people should not have that concerted mind that, when government wants to borrow, people shout for what? No, borrowing is not bad. True. But what are you borrowing for? When you are borrowing for infrastructural development, you see, the problem is not implementation. Nigeria did not have problem of implementation. The problem they have is problem of execution. As you can see, over 70% of some capital budget was rolled over to 2026. Yeah. So when you borrowed, people could not really benefited from what you've borrowed for. So there's no way people will not complain. So there's no way people will not be seeing that kind of rate of increment in borrowing as unsustainable. Right. So to me, if Nigeria continue to borrow without having something to show for it, I think it's not sustainable enough. And according to economists and some political analysts, they say that the borrowing of a country should not be more than 20 to 30% of its revenue. Right. But in the case of Nigeria, our own borrowing is almost over 50% of the revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bello. It was really good to have you on Behind the Headlines.
Thank you.
All right, we're speaking to Oluwatobi Ojabello, is a senior financial analyst here at Business Day. And after the break, our focus will be centering on insurers' shared portfolios to meet requirement. Just stay with us.
Meet Monaco, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome back. You're still watching Behind the Headlines. Nigeria's insurance industry is under quiet but intense pressure as regulators raise capital requirements. Insurers are being forced to shed parts of their investment portfolios to stay compliant. Behind this headline is a story of balance sheet stress, tough trade-offs, and what the shake-up could mean for market stability, policyholders, and the future of the sector. And joining us to unpack this is Modestus Anayasoronye, is the assistant editor here at Business Day. I'm glad I got that correctly today.
Yeah, very well. Very
All
well,
right,
very
it's
well,
good to
very
have
well.
you.
Good afternoon,
Good
Deborah.
afternoon. So speak to us about the specific regulatory capital requirements that has triggered this wave of portfolio de-investment by insurers.
All right, thank you very much. On 30th of July 2025, President Tinubu signed into law the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act, NIRA 2025. And that particular law for the insurance industry kicked off the new capital requirement that insurance companies are required to meet before they could remain in business. So for that law, insurance companies doing life business are to recapitalize to 10 billion from initial 2 billion. Then those doing general business are to recapitalize to 15 billion from 3 billion. Composite insurance companies, that's those who are doing both life and general, are to recapitalize 25 billion, and reinsurance companies 35 billion. And they've been given to 30th of July 2026 as deadline to meet this new capital requirement to remain in business or find their way out of the business.
So which asset classes are the insurers shedding the most, and why are these assets being prioritized?
Yes, I think last week we said that we have seen a trend showing that almost all the companies want to do it independently. We are not seeing the mergers. So what we have seen now that some companies have decided to shed either their life or non-life. But what is already obvious is now that about 2 companies in the market are dropping their life licenses to concentrate on general, probably to recapitalize, and maybe that's where they have the capabilities to do well in the business. So the process has just begun. We've seen some of those companies offloading their annuity business, which is the most volatile and risky part of the life business. So they are moving it to other companies that are willing to accommodate. They're also pushing it to companies that also want to grow their size in the market. So that portfolio tinkering is obvious in the market. We are seeing that going to happen. Even in the weeks ahead, we are also having information that some companies may, offload their annuity business. And the annuity business, because it's a risk and a very volatile aspect of the life insurance, even if you want to drop your life insurance, you must first of all move the life annuity, because people have insured with you that for life, as long as they live, you continue to pay them. That is what annuity is all about. And these are people's, these are retirement funds. People's retirement funds, they have placed it with you that throughout, as long as they live, you continue to pay the called retiree life annuity. So even if you want to drop your life license, you must first of all secure the annuity aspect of that business.
Okay, so how do you think this sales will affect the insurance profitability and also the ability to underwrite new risk?
Yeah, what it has done really is to enhance the market stability. That is to assure retirees and the owner of those policies that whatever happens, either the company you have been with decide to go out of business, your policy is secured. You continue to get, your monthly or quarterly payout from your annuity. And that is the beauty of stability in the industry. Even though there are also companies that are almost going under, which the regulator has ensured that they move their, life annuity businesses to other companies that are stable. So it's enhancing stability in the market, enhancing market confidence, and ensuring that the business continues despite what happens at the end of the day.
So what risks does this rapid asset disposal pose to the broader financial market and the policyholder protection?
Yeah, just like I said, the risks are being managed. That is why the policies of those annuitants are being secured with companies that are stable. For me, it is bringing stability in the insurance industry and the larger financial services market, that if you put your assets or your retiree fund with insurance companies, it is safe and you don't have anything to worry. Whether the companies remain in business or they're out of business, your annuity portfolios are secured with companies that will still be in the market and continue to do business.
So beyond asset sales, now, what alternative strategies can insurance adopt to meet the capital insurance sustainability?
Yes, a lot of the companies are already have gotten approval from their shareholders to raise money from the capital market, either through private placement, rights issue, and public offers. And a lot of them are going through private placement, telling you that there are a lot of money in the system, and investors are coming in discussing with those companies to bring in money. So we see a lot of the companies crossing the hurdle at the end of the day. For the larger companies, a lot of them are already safe and cruising to meet the recapitalization. What they're waiting for is the regulatory verification. Some of them already have assets that are above the minimum capital requirement. So, but for the fringe players, they're already sourcing for money in the market. They have from now to the end of July to be able to comply. So at the moment, the National Insurance Commission, the regulator, is undergoing verification of their submissions, what they've claimed to have. And like we said, they have contracted the big 4 audit firms to be able to do that and ensure transparency at the end of the day.
So in all of this, in conclusion, what does this mean for the future of the sector?
Yeah, the future of insurance is bright. We see an insurance industry that will be bigger at the end of the recapitalization. If these funds are injected and properly managed, we see insurance companies growing beyond this, taking larger risk, be able to insure bigger assets, be able to meet claims obligation, and contribute largely to the larger economy. And this is the target of the regulator and the government at the federal level.
Thank you very much, Mr. Modestus. It was really good to have you behind the headlines.
Thank you, Deborah.
All right, we're speaking to Modestus Anaya Soroye, Assistant Secretary here at Business Day. Now, the conversation doesn't end, of course. We've examined the key issues. We explored the context and impact what development means going forward and also for the future. As the news continues to evolve, these conversations remain important in helping us better understand the forces shaping our economy, the society, and everyday lives. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze. Join us tomorrow for another episode on Behind the Headlines.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.